Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased that you all are here today. You champions are here. Just give us 5 minutes and we're going to get started. I know that Brother Martin is heading back. You're going to be leaving here by 9 o'clock. And Holy Cross is going to hang around and get all the good refreshments and all the other things that we have. I'm just joking. We don't have refreshments. Nope. But I know that Brother Martin, you all have to walk out by 9, so we're going to take an opportunity to recognize you first. But on this Day of Champions, I'm just pleased that all of you all are here. So congratulations. Give me 5 minutes. All right, just once again, good morning, everyone. I am Councilman Eugene Green, and my district is District D, and I'm just so pleased that my council district includes both Brother Martin High School and Holy Cross High School. It's a pleasure to have such great academic institutions within my district, and both of walking distance from my home. On this day, I'm also pleased to recognize you all for the champions that you are. In this particular instance, we're going to start off with Brother Martin, and I'll call out some names to ask you, and we're going to come forward and take a photo. It's going to be in the council newsletter and on the council record. But I do want to ask the representatives who are here from Brother Martin to come up forward and stand behind this table. And if there's a coach with you, come on, Brother Martin. Who's here from Brother Martin? Are we sure? Come on over here. The Brother Martin cheerleading team and also the Brother Martin rugby team. Y'all come on inside. We're going to take a picture up here, but I just want you to be a little bit closer. And the camera and the public have a better chance to see you. You all look great in your uniforms.
Oh, thank you.
All right. When you come before the council, there has to be at least one person. Who's going to be the person, the spokesperson, to say anything?
Preston.
Who's going to be it?
It's Preston Bullock.
Come on, Preston. Come on in. Sit at the mic to say something. Preston. So in behalf of the New Orleans City Council, I congratulate Brother Martin High School, the cheerleading team for winning the Universal Cheerleading Association National Championship, and also the rugby team for winning this rugby high school state championship. So I congratulate you all, and as I started off by saying, I'm just so pleased that Brother Martin and Holy Cross, but in this case, Brother Martin is within my district and in walking distance. Obviously a great academic institution, great extracurricular institution, but also making a positive impact on our community, especially the community of Gentilly Terrace and the communities in which you're located. So thank you very much. Sir.
Yes, sir.
Will you accept this in behalf of the New Orleans City Council and tell us a little bit about who's here with you today?
Yes, sir, we do accept.
Come, you can have a seat. Really put you on the spot.
All right, so we have Aiden Diaz. He's a big stunner for us. He's also a tumbler, so he's an integral part of the team. And then we have Simone, Nola, and Bree, all very important, very good tumblers. They can do pretty much anything on the mat you need them to do. We have Cameron here. Cameron keeps everything in the air, no matter what, so.
Okay, great. And the rugby team. Who's representing rugby? Life for the residents of our city of New Orleans. Congratulations on being a member of the Brother Martin 2025 NOLA Gold Rugby High School State Championship. Let's give a round of applause to these champions, if you will. And I'm going to come down and present these proclamations to you and take that photo. I'm going to ask Mr. Huff to take that photo, and thank you all for being here with us this morning. And I'm very impressed that you all are focused on wanting to get back because you're so excited about taking those finals, right? Okay. And Holy Cross folks, bear with us for just 5 minutes, okay? And representatives of Brother Martin, we have additional proclamations that I'm going to bring by the school for all the other members. I'm going to bring them by today. All right, just wanted to give you all yours. All right. Just give me Holy Cross all together.
I think Champlain for sure is here. I think Kirkwood is too. If you want to ask like representatives of Holy Cross, and then ask like
That's the person's first name, Mr.
yeah, Mr. Right.
Okay. So one of these two people.
Yeah, Michelle is. I think that is Michelle though.
Good morning, Tigers. Good morning. Is Mr. Kirkwood or Michelle Tamplin here? Yes? Okay, come coaches to the front for a second.
Sorry about that. I thought I recognized
I want you to print though. Like, what is that? How you spell that?
Tomlin. It's like
What does that mean? T-A-M-P-L-A-N?
yeah, it's got a Cajun.
All right. Hello, coaches. Have a seat for a second. We got a little bit more time, and you have a few more individuals here. As I mentioned, that I'm honored to be the council member whose district includes Brother Martin and Holy Cross. On this occasion, we celebrate Holy Cross and, of course, your successes throughout the years, throughout the decades. But on this occasion, we celebrate your championships in soccer, in track, and also in swimming. It's kind of a great accomplishment. So we want to celebrate that. The photos that we take are going to be shared, of course, with the Advocate, but also the Clarion Herald and others, because it's so symbolic. So if you all could introduce yourselves, and then we will come forward for pictures. But I just appreciate your being here today, and especially having all the young men here today on this morning, which I know is a busy week for all. So.
First off, thank you for having us, Mr. Green. I am Chris Thompson, head track football coach also, but a head track coach.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, Councilman Stuart Hayes. I'm the head of the soccer program at Holy Cross.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
And I'm Dale Turner. I'm a head coach of the swim team.
What do y'all want to say to your guys behind you, each of you all? You want to say anything to them?
Thank you for making my first year a memorable one.
First year.
First year head coach.
How about that?
Yep, so it's one for the record book, so I appreciate y'all, man. Thank y'all.
It doesn't get any better than that. Congratulations, huh? Soccer?
Yeah, congratulations to the track and the swimming athletes, a huge achievement. And then obviously to my boys going back-to-back state champions, that's an extremely hard thing to do, and I'm extremely proud of everything they've achieved this year, so congratulations.
Congratulations.
And I second that. The track, the soccer team, and swim team really kind of pushed each other, try to one-up each other each year. This is actually our 7th state championship in a row, 9th overall. So for our seniors, they're leaving a lasting impression. And for our 8th grade, 9th grade back there, they have some big shoes to fill.
Yes, how about that? Congratulations. What a great day of celebration. So I do have proclamations for each of the players, and it does say, and we really mean this, thank you for your contributions and your successes, which have helped enhance the quality of life for the residents of our great city of New Orleans. Your championships make a lot of people feel good. Not only the parents, not only the players, but a lot of New Orleanians appreciate the fact that our local schools are doing well in so many different categories. We all know about your academic successes and your discipline and your moral fortitude, but just having the opportunity to recognize you for your successes in extracurricular, in this case, sports, is something that a lot of people are watching and appreciate. It says, congratulations on your being a member of the Holy Cross 5A State Champion 4x100 meter relay at the LHSAA 5A Class 5A State Track Meet. We also recognize and thank congratulations being a member of the Holy Cross 2024 LHSAA Division II Boys State Championships, and also congratulations on soccer champions. And we also say congratulations to those who are involved with the swim program, the things that you all have done. So just wanted to tell you all that we appreciate what you've done in swimming, track, and soccer. We have a proclamation for each of you young men. We're a little bit behind, and I want you to give me just a few minutes because we want to get your individual names to get the proclamations that you have, and then we're going to bring the remaining proclamations to the school as I did before. So I'm going to take the time to sort out through Pierce Huff you all by name to get through the proclamation. So, but come forward, take a picture, and then I want you to go back to your seat, and then Pierce is going to come and get your name and give you the proclamation, all right? It won't take much longer. Everybody come up. Everybody come up. to school, I know, right?
And they didn't say anything. They got a few minutes. So if you sign them off, I'll just take them in that area. Give them the.
No, you can give them here because there's no. Hey, you all have a seat for a second. I'm trying to stall you all. I'm trying to get a representative of the mayor's office. He might be able to come in. So, but Pierce can stand in front of you and then just pass it to you, okay? And I appreciate your patience. It's, you know, we appreciate you being here today, and we want to do as much as we can today with you. We're just doing soccer first, and then we'll have the others shortly. Oh, you're here. Good morning. How you doing? Sam, you want them back up here? I did it to them already. They said you weren't here today. You're here today. But wait, you have your camera? Yeah, I'm gonna get them back up here for a photo. If y'all hold on for 1 minute, we're gonna do a photo in the right way with an official way, so y'all gonna come back up. You wanna do it from here? Okay. seniors who are still here? Come on, coach. Come in the middle. Can y'all push down a little bit?
How far, Sam, how far is good enough?
Come on, coach. Nice. Uh-oh. Can you get us all? Pierce, you seem close to be able to get us all. Can you get us all? Wait, Pierce, Huff, you got us all that close? Okay. All right. All right, everybody, get ready. 3, 2, 1. All right, we're gonna do one more. All right, all right, everybody. 3. Wait a second. All right, everybody. 3, 2, 1. Three, two, one. Uh-oh. It's official. Thanks so much. All right, so we'll hang around so that we can give the proclamation to the others. Here's the proclamation. Let's get started.
So you actually just giving two to her. This is for the actual unit.
And that's for her.
Okay, right.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Happy Thursday, everyone. This is the informal part of the council meeting, and May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And there are a few people we'd love for them to call and come be seated at the table. We have Taisha Davis Rhodes. Where's Miss Davis? And a representative, Miss Stephanie Andrews, who is a lieutenant with the crew of Femme Fatale. Guys, come be seated, please. Give her a hand. Taisha Davis Rhodes, licensed social worker, is a program director for New Orleans Mobile Crisis Intervention Unit, which is a team of mental health professionals responding to calls from 911 for services for individuals experiencing mental or behavioral health crisis in Orleans Parish. They are committed to engaging the entire community because mental health affects us all. Throughout the month of May, they are hosting mental health information, and they have teamed up with several organizations, including Femme Fatale, Femme Detached, a float crew which is part of the Mystic Crew of Femme Fatale organization, led by Ms. Stephanie L. Andrews, who is a lieutenant. Please join me and join them on May 31st to distribute mental health information from Suburban Baptist Church at 10,501 Chef Ventura Highway, and that'll be at 10 a.m. Guys, thank you all. Mental health is trending now, but we know in our community for decades, too many people didn't know what a psychiatrist, a psychologist, or a behavior specialist was. You got your therapy from your family or from people in the community, or you just lived it out and hoped that you overcame it. I know that several years ago, I started the first show on mental health on WBOK, Mentally Speaking. And it's good to see Femme Fatale, people like Miss Andrews, and folk like you, Miss Davis Rose, teaming up so that it's not just a trend, but opportunities for mental health treatment and exposure is a way of life. So this is, I know, I think the other day over at LCMC, we honored National Survivors Day, but people forget that many trauma survivors, even though they survived the trauma, the mental health of dealing with whatever the trauma or the issues, that they still deal with that daily. So this is an opportunity to honor you guys and hear from you all in terms of why this is important and why this day and the movement forward to deal with mental health is something that we should all be part of. I'm going to start with Miss Andrews. Miss Andrews, Femme Fatale.
Good morning. Good morning.
So talk about your partnership here, especially as a lieutenant and a crew leader with Femme Fatale. What was the impetus for you guys to join with Ms. Davis Rhodes to celebrate this issue, but also to make it one that we all support?
So I've been a lieutenant with the Mystic Crew of Femme Fatale since the inception of the organization. The name of my crew is actually Femme Detached.
Femme Detached?
Yes, Femme Detached. That's cool. So being a registered nurse for 30 years, I have had previous partnerships with the Public Health Department here at City Hall, working with Dr. Vigno's office and doing vaccination drives. So when the opportunity came to the organization, they wanted us to do something in the community to give back day to the City of New Orleans. I thought about reaching back to the City of New Orleans Public Health Department because you guys have been such great partners in the past with us. And so that's where I started. And I reached out to them to see what sort of initiatives that you guys needed, where we could be of greatest assistance. And we also wanted to target a specific area in the city that needed the most attention, where we saw the deficits or where they needed the most help. We didn't want to go into an area that had resources. We were looking for places that didn't have the resources. And so reaching out to your office, this opportunity was presented to us. And yes, I do agree that mental health is, they have a lot of stigma surrounding it. And it is something that is needs more attention, and people need to understand the resources and stuff that are available. So this is a great opportunity for the City of New Orleans and for us to lend our assistance, because we have so many healthcare professionals on my float. Like, I have a lot of nurses and doctors and pharmacists, so this is actually a great opportunity, and they were very excited when I presented this to them, so.
Well, first of all, let me say, for someone who's so reluctant, who does a lot of work in the background, you are an excellent spokeswoman and spokesperson. And I think your explanation, especially into why partnering, for anyone who hears that, there's definitely a lot more clarity about why we all ought to be involved in this. But before Ms. Davis-Rhodes, you close us out here and we may do the presentation. Councilmember Green.
Good morning, and thank you for the work that you do. Mental Health Awareness Month is set aside so that we can recognize that mental health is something that we can talk about and that there are resources to serve. Unfortunately, many times in segments of our community, it's seemed as a stigma, and we use phrases as opposed to telling people that it's a challenge for many people. Many mental health first aid is available to them, and that is something that we need to talk about more in the community. So the fact that you all are doing the work that you're doing and the way that you're promoting it, for example, to those who are in that profession and who need it is appreciated. I'm pleased to be part of a council that has made resources available, not just recognizing mental health needs, but also making money available to trauma recovery and to other factors that are designed to help those who are in need. I encourage the public to recognize that there should be no stigma attached with asking for help. Ask for help that you need, and that those organizations and individuals such as yourself who promote mental health awareness are doing a great service for our community. Thank you very much.
And now for Ms. Taisha Davis-Rhodes. I remember when the unit was first announced out at the Communications Center when there was a meeting and I guess the coming out to celebrate the unit. And since that, I know you guys don't get a lot of credit for the reduction in crime in our community or that with our juveniles. But what people don't understand is that once the incident is over, there's a whole nother level of what has to happen to stop retaliation, to create mental and emotional stability. And though the city will never ever recognize y'all for being leaders and part of the team that's leading the nation in overall crime reduction, people like me and many others, and people like Ms. Andrews, we know that though you won't get that recognition, that you're part of the reason why we're celebrating success. So understand that those folk in law enforcement may stand up at those press conferences and take a lot of credit for a lot of things that have to do with crime fighting, but y'all are an integral part of some of the success and a major part of the success that the city is experiencing right now. Without you, we wouldn't. Ms. Davis-Rhodes.
Good morning. Thank you, Council. So I'm Taisha Rhodes, licensed clinical social worker, leading the MCIU team. And I don't want to take all this credit myself because I'm only part of the battle, right? And so I would love for my team to stand up in the back and give them some recognition. Mr. English is my assistant director, and that's the crew of the responders. And we're here 24/7, 7 days a week, 365 days to respond to the call. We use the team up approach. I came up with that campaign this time to raise awareness and remove the stigma. We usually operate from a place of being real and relevant, keeping ourselves approachable to be able to deliver that service to those that's in need, because they're no different from any of us.
Well, know that.
First, you have to tell me where you are. Go to privacy settings.
Know that this day is just a moment, a snapshot in time in this recognition for the work that you guys do. And for Ms. Femme d'Etat, the float crew, this proclamation reads, whereas the city is renowned for its food, festivals, famous citizens, and foreign visitors, whereas the city council takes great pride to paying tribute to events and activities, now therefore be it proclaimed that the Mystic Crew of Femme Fatale and the float crew of Femme d'Etat, in recognition for your support to the New Orleans Crisis Intervention Unit, ensuring that community awareness of the importance of mental health wellness continues to spread in our community. Lena, if you could, before we come down, if you can have Ms. Andrew And also, Ms. Rhodes, with your humility, you're the point person, but you wanted to make sure your entire crew was recognized. Guys, there is a proclamation which reads the same. It says, whereas the city takes great pride in paying tribute to events and activities, be it proclaimed by the City of New Orleans that it recognizes the New Orleans Crisis Intervention Unit and for Mental Health Awareness Month, ensuring an effective, caring, and innovative response to behavioral health crisis. Congratulations to you all. And to the lady of the moment, that this city recognizes this day and every day forward, Ms. Taisha Davis Rhodes, LCSW, as a member and leader of the Mobile Crisis Intervention Unit and Program Director. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bring the unit down.
Thank you.
Okay.
Dinner.
Come up front for the photo, members of the unit. Come join us.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I'll get you.
All right, everyone, let's continue our proclamations. Mr. Hathaway, you want to come up? So the next proclamations that we have is for some, great companies who really helped the city get together for the Super Bowl, which of course was a huge success, and make sure that that the city's ready to go. And I really appreciate the level of urgency and coordination and collaboration that the city demonstrated, of course, as a directive of the mayor, to make sure that all the projects were done and done on time. So I know, Mr. Hathaway, you wanted to recognize some of the groups that were part of this great work, and so I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. Should I begin by introducing each one?
If you want to introduce each one or just make some general comments, the floor is yours.
Okay, well, it was a challenging time getting ready for the Super Bowl. We started last fall. We had to wait for funding to become available, so that created a crimp in our time schedule for that. We were able to use an existing contract with Hard Rock Construction and begin the work on Poydras Street. We followed that up with 2 more extensive capital improvement programs, one in the French Quarter with Bow Brothers Construction, and one in the CBD with Barrier Construction. They all required DBE participation, so that was monitored carefully as far as the city policy is concerned. Then we introduced, through the efforts of the Purchasing Bureau, DBE participation, small contractor participation on our sidewalk program. So we engaged 4 more contractors to do sidewalks, both concrete and specialty in the Vieux Carré and concrete and specialty in the CBD. And we have all of those companies, FMF, Iron Triangle, and Legacy Restoration are here today as well. And of course, we appreciate all the work that they've done and continue to do for us.
Awesome, and the contractors which I have listed here that you provided are Barrier Construction, Bow Brothers, and Hard Rock as the primes, and then the DBE's Iron Triangle Development, Legacy Restoration, FMF Group, and Iron Triangle Development. Oh, I'm sorry, I have that one twice. So thank you to all of them, and thank you, of course, for your diligent work during that time as well. I'll turn it over to the other council members if they want to say anything. Councilmember Green?
Well, as far as DBEs are concerned, the city of New Orleans is better when we have disadvantaged businesses, their owners feeling that they are a part of the economy. They employ people who need to be employed, who might be overlooked otherwise, but they also stand as a representative to a lot of people about what you can do if you stick with it. Sometimes the reason that they're disadvantaged, if you will, is because of time, that they haven't had the scores of years, the decades, for example, to be in business, to secure that higher level of bonding and contract financing. By providing opportunities to those businesses, we provide an opportunity for them to grow. And so I'm just pleased that those firms are represented here today, and I want to recognize that the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program in general is such an important program in our city that we should continue to do all that we can to uphold participation. Thank you very much for being here.
Ms. Hathaway, first of all, thank you and all of the team for your effort. For those who understand the data center report, the CBNC report on economics and poverty and per capita wealth in this country and this city, we know that our largest demographic has not participated well when you talk about economic growth, especially if you follow and track the data from the last 11 years. So anytime there's an effort to include DBEs, whoever's in that category, African American, men, women, Hispanics, Asians, and those groups where the disparity has affected them socially, you have an impact, especially on a community where our indigenous group and our minority group is the largest population. So kudos. Let's hope efforts like this continue beyond Super Bowl, but into Everyday Bowl. But for you and all the contractors who said we're stronger economically, we have less crime, we have better schools and stronger families, when all companies and all people can participate, a big shout out to them, because they understand in terms of when we're all benefiting economically, the quality of life in our community is better. So thank you, and thank those companies.
Great, thank you.
All right, and now if we can bring the reps from the companies up, we'll give you your proclamation and take a quick photo. Mr. Hathaway, I'll have you bring them up.
Okay. Come on up. Let's see, we'll start with Barrier. Okay. Bow Brothers, Hard Rock, Legacy, Iron Triangle, and FMF.
All right. Madam Clerk, we're going to get started. I know we have some special guests this morning. So what I would like to do is I would like to start the meeting, do roll call, do the prayer, and then I want to turn it over briefly to my good friends. Look, I even wore my pen today. To my good friends at Roots for their special presentation they have for us, which was a surprise, which is why it's not on the agenda. All right. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Roll call. Council President Morrell.
Here.
Vice President Moreno. Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember King. Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Thomas.
Here.
We have 5 members. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Pastor Boutin.
May we all stand for a moment of prayer. Dear gracious God, how we honor you, how we adore you, how we thank you for this day that you've given us, God. We thank you for your tremendous blessings that you always pour out over us, God. We pray now as we come together to meet, God, that you would bless this council, that you would continue to crown them with wisdom and knowledge that only you can give as we come together to work on the behalf of the city. We thank you that everything that is done today will be done in decency, will be done in order, and most of all will be done in your name. We ask all these blessings now. Amen.
Amen. Councilmember Green will lead the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. I would like to suspend the rules. Would you like to do that, Adam? To allow Roots to play, or can I do a point of personal privilege? How would you want to handle that?
If no one objects, I think we suspend the rules and proceed.
I would suspend the rules to add an item to the agenda for Roots of Music, second by Mr. Green. All in favor say aye. Aye. 5 yeas, no nays. It is adopted. Mr. Tab, come on down.
Good morning to y'all. Today I wanted to tell y'all thank y'all. Y'all always see the marching band, and everybody know about the Marching Crusaders, but very few people know about the studio program that we have. And you guys support all of that, but I want y'all guys to see what's going on. What's going on over there. They learn everything from how to wrap wires to engineering, but right now they're going to give y'all an A to B selection right now to really show y'all what they're doing over there.
All right.
like to
Mr.
thank
Tapp,
y'all for
so
that
you know
support.
ethically we're not supposed to accept things of monetary value. That was a fantastic performance. So you got us on the border right now. I understand this is a gift. The public says a gift. Anyone could have been here to see the gift, so we're okay. But that was amazing, guys. I mean, that was impressive. Derek?
Man, I really want to thank you guys. Y'all really support a program that is near and dear to my heart. But the support you guys give to this program, I had to say thank y'all, and I didn't know any other kind of way to say thank you without giving you guys something. So I brought my kids here who are amazing. Come here, man. Come here. I want y'all to introduce yourselves.
I'm sorry. If any council members want to give any comments, feel free to do so. I didn't mean to monopolize the talking. I mean, I think everyone should just. I think we can freelance here. If everyone wants to talk, just feel free to talk.
I'll go first and be quick. You see, we're missing two of our colleagues today, and my colleagues urged me to come closer to them. Well, I had the best seat in the house today, without a doubt, and I really appreciated your craftsmanship, the time you took, the talent you all obviously have. I was also, you may have seen me peering over, I didn't see any sheet music. So like the fact that you got, I know you all said no, but that shows what pros you are, because we watch people play music and no shade on them, but that was a fantastic performance. And I know particularly Councilmember King would appreciate the work, Derek, you're doing with young folk and the work that y'all are doing to be so talented and proficient with your music today. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Derek, thank you so much for this gift. We really appreciate it. You all are just immensely talented. In fact, I just grabbed Sheree from my office and we were like, oh, there's all these different things we would love for you all to come and play at, because it's just, I mean, you truly have wowed us this morning. And so I'm just so proud of you all. Keep doing what you're doing. And of course, Derek, you know how much we love Roots of Music and support you all. So thank you for always being here to showcase all of the great work you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to the young men. Thank you for being here today. And to Derek, thank you very much for all that you do. And you do a lot for the community. It was very impressive to see you all a couple of days ago marching through Treme on your way to the dedication of that new turf, you know, in my district on the Lafitte Greenway. But I could just see in the looks of the people in the community the pride that they had with seeing the young people marching through their community. That's an example of what you do for our city that can't be measured in some respects. The pride that people feel when you're in the parades and you're coming down the street and they know it's young people all from New Orleans. It's a great feeling, and you are responsible for helping a lot of people to feel good. You all also have a concert on Saturday night, right?
Yes.
So we'll look forward to that concert. You know, whoever can attend, if you know. But bottom line is that you've done so much for the community and continue to do so, and you're coming today to share the talents of these young people is an example of what you do, for which we're very appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
First of all, to the program and to the young men, one of the reasons why I've always signed off on the grant for this group is because even though it's not in my district, your impact in making sure that our culture is not diluted, watered down, stolen, is that so we can have young people like you all, right, who are contributing to the authenticity of what it really means to be New Orleans. And the fact that I've always signed off on those grants is because y'all, when you talk about musically and that New Orleans rhythm and that beat, our future depends on young men and young women like you guys continuing that tradition that is being threatened right now. So God bless y'all, man. We love y'all, especially to see young men from our community. I've never been more proud because I'm really pro us, because y'all are pro our culture. Thank you.
Thank y'all so much, man. We really appreciate everything, man.
Thank you, Derek. We really appreciate you and everything that y'all do. You guys are amazing, and it warms my heart. I know, Derek, that as Mr. Green said, every year when we do the council fund, the council members fight amongst themselves to give y'all money. And in fact, we might have to put like a small cap so everybody can give a little bit of money, because they get mad when they run to give y'all money and the cap's already hit. So, I mean,
everybody's supportive.
Everybody's supportive. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's so amazing that in a city where people disagree on so many things, no one disagrees that Roots is important and necessary and does so much for our community. And once again, thank you for the great gift today. We really appreciate it.
Thank y'all, man.
All right, Madam Clerk, we can return to the regular order.
Before adopting the consent agenda, we need to move item 17, ordinance calendar 35-112, to the regular agenda and defer it to the meeting of 6/12.
So ordered. I guess. Oh.
Consent agenda, item 1. We have a communication from Aaron Spears. This may be received. We have a communication from Leslie St. Julian. This may be received. Demo 2509018, Demo ACC 3939 Fairmont Drive, Council District D. We have a communication from T. Sims Wimsley, 251 through 53 Pine Street. This may be received. Hearing date 6/12/25. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received and referred to budget. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received and referred to budget. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received and referred to budget. We have a communication from Dana Rhea. This may be received and referred to the Criminal Justice Committee. We have a communication from Benjamin Harwood, 1137 North Robinson Street. This may be received and hearing date 6/12/25. We have a communication from Joseph Threat Sr. This may be received and referred to the Public Works Committee. We have a communication from Romy S. Samuel. This may be received. Hearing date 5/22/25. We have a report of LaKenya Collins. This may be received. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received. Hearing date 6/12/25. We have a report of Caitlin Tamarack. This may be received. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received. Hearing date 6/12/25. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received. Hearing date 6/12/25. We have ordinance calendar 35,097 by Councilmember Harris, zoning docket 1425. This is all matters on consent.
Any public comment? Mr. Burnside?
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity, and I would like to say that it was a very, very pleasant morning today. I was grateful to be in this chamber and hear the beginning of our time together. I, however, am not necessarily particularly delighted in what I have to say here today, which is that there's about 20 items where essentially city employees are going to get pay raises, and only 3 of them are going to be voted on today. One of those, of course, is the police overtime, which is part of this consent agenda. What makes this somewhat interesting is that there are 3 items in the regular agenda which are being deferred, which are also police pay, not overtime. So I find it a little bit disagreeable that we would be agreeing that overtime is somehow more important than regular pay. Additionally, I will point out the obvious, which is that our police headquarters was moved out of its city-owned building and into a rental because of the 3 official reasons being, of course, that they didn't have air conditioning, their elevators didn't work, and the evidence was being eaten by rats. And yet we have on the regular agenda a delayed pay raise for property and management, which may or may not affect our ability to fix air conditioners, or may not impact our ability to fix elevators. But certainly if we don't pay the people what they're worth, we cannot expect them to fix our elevators or our air conditioners. So stepping aside from the police, I would argue that the 17 delayed items, which may be delayed for financial reasons, be reconsidered, given the public statements that whatever financial problems the city may have, we are assured that everything is actually okay, or at least we are by the newspapers. So if that assurance is true, then we should pay these people. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Nope. Okay. It's been moved by Councilmember Giarrusso. I'll second. All in favor on the consent agenda? We need Councilmember Morrell, by the way. Thank you. He's a yay.
Regular agenda, item 1, City Code Section 2-551, vendor payment account hearing, Finance Department and Procuring Departments presenting on all invoices as of April 30th, 2025, reports of outstanding vendor invoices.
All right, members, I think we should take a moment to crow about this. We passed this ordinance working with the administration about 8 or 9 months ago. I think there was something on the magnitude of like 136 invoices the first time it happened. Those slowly diminished. Today, there are 0.
A day of celebration.
Yes. I mean, it's a good day that people are being paid timely and that things are being done. So I think, you know, and she's not here, but Frida, I hope you're listening. Shout out to you for keeping people's feet to the fire. And even when it's $12.13, you're making them come to chambers and do their work. And I just want to acknowledge that, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I? Shout out to Councilman Giruso, who I know is counting down his days, but because he wants to continue to celebrate each day. But this is a great celebration, and I do say this to the public: yes, if you do business with the City of New Orleans, you will get paid. So I appreciate the work that you've done here, and for those vendors who might have been hesitant to do business with the city, it can't be because you don't feel that you're going to get paid. The bottom line is that you heard today there are no outstanding invoices over 30 days. You're going to get paid. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's another indication of working together works. Frida's birthday party was a bash, so we could have celebrated that there but I represented all the council members who were not at that birthday bash. But for her, Mr. Large, and all the other finance teams, Councilman Drew, so thank you for getting in the vote and working that out. That's great news. Thank you, sir.
And to your staff, Councilman. You and your staff. That's an important thing that you've done.
Yes, big shout out to the staff and to the budgeting people too.
Regular agenda, page 9, we have item 3, IZD of Caitlin Quinn has been deferred to the meeting of 6/12. Item 4, IZD of Robert B. Ellis has been deferred to the meeting of 6/12. Item 5, zoning docket 1825 has been withdrawn. Item 6, zoning docket 2225 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/12. Item 7, zoning docket 2325 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/12. On page 11, item 8, street name change 225 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/12. Item 9, NSTR 5424 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/12. At the top of page 13, item 11, NSTR 5824 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/12. Item 12, NSTR 5924 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/12. At the bottom of the page, item 13, ordinance calendar 34,277 has been withdrawn. At No, I did. Okay. Okay. At the top of page 9, item 2, HDLC appeal of 7309 for Red Street has been withdrawn at the request of the applicant, along with motion 25295. Council members, we need the vote to receive resolution 25306.
Thank you. I will move, suspend the rules to receive it. Sorry. Second by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. All in favor? 5 yeas, no nays.
We need the vote to add it to the agenda.
I will move to add to the agenda. Second by Councilman Moreno. All in favor, say aye. 5 ayes, no nays. It's added to the agenda. Now we can discuss it, correct, Madam Clerk?
Let me read it into record.
Okay.
We have Resolution R-25-306 by Councilmember Morrell, requesting and urging the Chief Administrative Office, the Department of Safety and Permits, and the Director of the Department of Finance to process alcoholic beverage permit renewal applications and issue renewed alcoholic beverage permits with requiring permittees to identify a permitted manager, notwithstanding the provisions of Chapter 10, Sections 10-105, 10-122, and 10-128.
That, Madam Clerk, that's a typo. It should be without requiring. I think we can do it technical, but
Yeah, we'll move at the end
requiring.
to allow for technical amendments. Let me explain this really quickly. So, and I have representatives of safety and permits as well from the Restaurant Association to comment on this as well. This matter was brought to my attention last night, which is why we're looking at a rule suspension to do an urgent request. And to be clear, it is an urgent request. It is not a mandate for some consideration regarding the processing of alcohol beverage permits and the new requirement that during the reissuing of alcohol and beverage permits to do the identification of the manager on duty. There has been a tremendous amount of confusion from the restaurant industry that I've heard from, that as this requirement is new and as we are in a less than a 2-week window when permits are supposed to be processed, that it has created tremendous confusion in the industry, in that more notice would have allowed for a greater ability to accommodate and address this new requirement. Previously, last year, the year before, there was actually an ordinance to repeal this requirement that was brought by request by some council members. Due to it sit on the calendar for a while, it fell off. That will be reintroduced at the end of the meeting as a first read. That is going to lead to some conversation about the requirement, and there's no fait accompli there. There will be a conversation with the industry, with safety and permits, and with the law department, but for the time being, as the requirement to have this manager before the renewal was processed, the timing has caused quite a bit of concern. So I know Mr. McNamara is here from Safety and Permits. Mr. Dubose, you wanted to speak on behalf of the Restaurant Association, correct? Come on up. And Mr. McNamara, if you'd like to respond afterwards, you'll have the opportunity to do so.
Thank you. I prepared a brief statement, and I appreciate your indulgence. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Will Dubose, and I serve as the Managing Director of Government Affairs for the Louisiana Restaurant Association. I'm here today on behalf of the roughly 1,000 LRA members who do business in Orleans Parish and who are directly impacted by the city's alcohol permitting process. I'm here to express our strong support for Council President Morrell's resolution urging the department to process alcoholic beverage permit renewals, as well as his reintroduction of an ordinance to repeal the city's outdated manager's permit requirement. While this requirement has existed in the city code for some time, it has never been enforced as a prerequisite for annual ABO renewals. Now, with less than 2 weeks before the May 31st deadline, renewals are being withheld due to this provision, a provision the administration itself previously sought to repeal. That repeal ordinance, introduced in June 2024, was deferred multiple times and ultimately fell off the calendar. Council President Morrell is reintroducing it today. This abrupt change in enforcement is creating unnecessary compliance challenges. I have with me an example of an email dated 2 days ago, May 20th, sent to an applicant who submitted their renewal in April, I believe it was April 1st or April 5th, well ahead of the deadline, informing them that they must now obtain a manager's permit before their renewal will be processed. Businesses are being caught off guard because the rules have shifted with little to no notice. We do appreciate the council's leadership in addressing this disconnect. The department is already facing a backlog. Directing limited resources toward enforcing a rule that the administration asked the council to repeal only adds to that burden. We respectfully urge the council to adopt this resolution and support the repeal ordinance without delay. Let's restore predictability and focus resources where they are truly needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McNamara, you want to make some comments? What's that? Yeah, up there. Whichever is more comfortable to you, we really don't. As long as the comments are on the record, we don't care where you do them.
Thank you, and I thank the council for an opportunity to appear before you. This came up for me even less than last night. So to address the issue, the requirement that You have two types of businesses that serve alcohol in the city of New Orleans, an owner-managed business or a manager-managed business. A manager-managed business is required to have a manager's permit. And those applications, there's a suggestion that there's some kind of undue burden here. I can tell you, speaking to the ABO manager, that those manager's permits are processed while the applicant waits. They happen rather quickly. What the business is asked to do is to supply an affidavit saying that this person is their identified manager for that particular establishment. I don't think it's an undue burden to put on the business. The suggestion that applications are not being processed at all is not correct, because clearly somebody is looking at this application and seeing that there's a deficiency and is directing the business, just like with any other deficiency that might be there, to correct those deficiencies before it can issue. And as to the why a manager's permit is a good thing to have, it is not duplicative of state law. I would disagree with that statement completely, but as this council is well aware that there are businesses that do not operate in accordance with the regulations that have been provided by the city of New Orleans. And one of the tools is the manager's permit. So, for example, if enforcement activity was taking place and the manager, they asked to see the manager, if that manager is not there, that place cannot be open and that place can be shut down at that time. Additionally, a manager's permit is required because there's a need for someone to be cited for any violations that are occurring at that establishment. And if that is not there, you know, that is a tremendous, you would be taking away yet another enforcement. That's my first time.
Yeah, so just real quick, so I want to be fair, because Mr. Dubose, 2 minutes, you have 2 minutes, but just to answer a couple of questions. I think, and you and I had a previous conversation about this, the challenge is, and really it's not specifically on safety and permits as a whole, but when there are lapses in requirements and requirements aren't done for a significant period of time, it creates kind of a baseline miscommunication between government and businesses about what the requirements are. Has this managerial permit been required before renewals previously?
Anytime that there's a manager who's operating that business, the business is required to identify that manager. The manager, when they come in for the permit, again, they have an affidavit from the business doing that.
But is the managerial permit separate from the renewal?
I can provide you with the renewal documentations.
Right.
I brought them for you today. There is a section of the renewal documentation that indicates that they need to provide the manager in that, and it's a supplemental it's in section 4 of the attachments, the supplemental A forms for a manager of this business.
Okay, and I know that you're not new to government, but you're new to safety and permits. Are you aware if they have previously enforced that provision?
When you say enforce that provision,
I mean that when people were doing their renewals, did they make sure at the moment they were doing the renewal that that permit was in, the managerial permit?
I'd have to check and see that, but I know that since I've been there,
well,
and let me say that for this reason.
Yeah.
If we have requirements under the law, I'm trying to do my best to make sure, as the chief zoning official, that those requirements are in there and enforced, because that kind of puts us into a trick bag when we're called on the carpet for not doing something.
Okay.
If it's something that's required, I'm doing my level best to make sure that those requirements are done as the law dictates.
Councilman Thomas.
First of all, I want to thank Council President Morrell for common sense. You got to love lawyers, and Mr. McNamara is one of the best. He's only defending his client. But there were a couple of comments.
For the record, I'm not here as a lawyer.
I know, but we've worked with you as one before.
Yes, sir.
Think, undo. And when you talk about this 2-week window for notification, Councilman Morrell, the reason why it just makes sense is that if the public is confused about this, if there's going to be a level of enforcement, what's wrong with at least giving them some time to understand this and its impact? And when you talk about what we think City Hall is going to do. I'm just being a little facetious, but I'm going to give a few anecdotes. People didn't think they were going to pay for 2-day trash pickup and only get one. People didn't think they would apply for their permit and wait 7, 8, 9 months later. A lot of folk didn't think they'd start their streets project and have to wait 2 years to get them finished. So if nothing else, I think this common sense, and Councilman Morrell's a good lawyer, he can defend himself. This common sense effort is to just take a look at some of the confusion and uncertainty around this, and let's just let it settle. But for the council, this is not an attempt by any of us in asking that this be delayed or stopped for now to benefit or reward bad actors, period. This is just an opportunity for the process to be fair and for folk to understand the process. Thank you.
Councilman Druso.
We spent Tuesday, this isn't directed at you, Dan, we spent Tuesday fussing about lack of communication. And this is a resolution, so I voted to add it. But I would urge people, even when there's emergencies, to contact all the council members about things going forward, and that's not directed at JP.
No, it's not.
I want to be very clear about that, because I know we all get calls about things, but I think it is incumbent upon everybody to have really good communication, and we are not like an administration where you can call the mayor or the CAO and it's diffused to everybody. We're 7 independently, politically elected people who act as a body, and so I'm going to vote to support the resolution for purposes of putting it on the meeting, but this is just for the millions of people watching at home. If you have something, and particularly if it's last minute, please do your due diligence and contact everybody.
Well, and to follow up on that, I want to be very clear. The resolution itself that is going to be a first read, I would encourage all affected parties to reach out to all the council members, and I've already told Mr. McNamara I intend to see him in my office next week for us to try and figure out a way forward to address the underlying issue. I do think, to your point, Mr. McNamara, there is some murky language between the state requirements and the city requirements, and I do not think, to your point, in some ways, they're definitely not duplicative, but I do think there needs to be kind of a way coherently that we can make the requirements and communicate to the businesses unilaterally that these are the requirements. And like I said, to no knock towards you, I think that when you have sporadic enforcement from the law department and other departments on what the requirements are, it creates confusion. That does not remove the fact, as you said, the law is the law and it's a requirement, but I think part of the challenge we have in the city is that when you have requirements that predate you and they haven't been enforced for so long, let's say you're a business that's been operating in the city for the last 4 or 5 years before you came to safety and permits, and they've never had to do this requirement because it was never enforced. It doesn't, as we both know as lawyers, ignorance of the law is no defense of the law, but it does create an opportunity for there to be kind of a misunderstanding and miscommunication as to what the requirements are. So I want to work with you in safety and permits to figure out a path forward. This is simply an effort to not try to have this confusion taking place in this very small period before the end of the renewal process. But like I said, it's an urgent request. We can't make you do anything.
Yes, sir, and I certainly understand your point and the points made by the other council members, but I'm just going to let you know that for what you're paying me, I'm going to try to be your 2 pickup a week chief zoning official.
Thank you, Mr. McNamara.
Thank you all.
I don't see any other comments on this item. I'll move to adopt. Can I get a second?
Dan, do you have bonding capacity?
Seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. The resolution is adopted. Thank you.
At the top of page 14, we have item 14, legislative group and ordinance calendar 34,385, motion line over 23,426, and motion line over 23,427 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/12. We have item 15, ordinance calendar number 35,011 has been withdrawn. At the top of page 16, we have item 16, ordinance calendar 35,035 has been deferred to the meeting of July 10th. Item 17, legislative group and ordinance calendar 35,093 and motion line over 254 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. At the bottom of page 17, we have item 19, ordinance calendar 35,099 by Councilmember Harris by request, adding Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to authorize execution and delivery by the New Orleans Building Corporation of the Eighth Amendment to concession agreement between NOBC as subleaser and Rohan Shamir and Herbert Bishenpearl as subleaser, which amended is attached here too is Exhibit A, in which amendment amends the concession agreement between NOBC and Subway, pursuant to which NOBC subleases the Subway a portion of the first floor of the Union Passenger Terminal building of Subway's operation for a Subway restaurant and to provide for related matters and otherwise to provide with respects thereto.
Members, very briefly, this amendment is renewal of the existing restaurant lease at the UPT. The renewal extends the Subway lease, and Subway's been a tenant there for nearly 2 decades, for another 5 years and modifies rent terms to bring them in line with today's market. Mr. Burnside, you'd like to make comment?
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I've had the privilege of eating at that Subway. I go around the corner there at the Union Passenger train station on a regular basis because the train tracks are a bit of a Berlin Wall. It's kind of hard to get from here to there unless you go around it. I will point out a couple of things, one of which, of course, is a Union Passenger train station has a second floor that's empty. So if anybody needed to use that or rent that, it's a very nice building and a very nice location, and it's underutilized, to put things mildly. The number of people that use that coming in on trains is probably less than 2 airplanes worth of people, and it's my contention that the whole thing ought to be sent out to the airport because of the railroad tracks that do divide this city and prevent easy access across those tracks. I think that the Union Passenger parking lot was striped recently for ADA compatibility, which is good. I'm a little unclear that most people are aware that that was once upon a time a turning basin for a canal built by the Irish. There's no historical marker there, and somebody somewhere might want to put one. And of course, it's right across the street from our dear Plaza Tower, which perhaps will be fixed up soon. So the whole area reeks with opportunity, which of course means that it's not actually reeking with reality. So I'll let it go at that. I do thank the NOBC for being the landlord and keeping it up and in good shape. That's always nice. It's one of the city-owned buildings that's not a blight, which is a blessing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I've moved. Councilmember Green has seconded. Need one more. 5 yeas? All right, 5 yeas.
Marina already voted.
Great.
At the top of page 18, we have item 20, ordinance calendar 35,103 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/12. Item 21, ordinance calendar 35,104 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/12 and referred to Governmental Affairs Committee. Item 22, ordinance calendar 35,107 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/12/25. On the top of page 20, we have item 26, ordinance calendar 35,117 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. We have item 27, motion line over, M25-182 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. Item 28, motion line over, M25-183 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. At the top of page 21, item 29, motion line over, M25-184 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. Item 30, motion line over, M25-185 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. Item 31, motion line over, motion M25-186 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. At the top of page 22, item 32, motion line over, M25-187 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. Item 33, motion line over M25-188 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. Item 34, motion line over M25-189 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. At the top of page 23, item 35, motion line over M25-190 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Green, and Thomas, submitting for council approval the amendment to the Civil Service Rules Union Business as adopted by the Civil Service Commission at its February 3rd, 2025 meeting in accordance with Article 10, Section 10 of the Constitution of Louisiana is approved to be effective March 30th, 2025.
Move for approval on item number 35. Second by Councilmember Green. Five yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Item 36, motion line over M25-235 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. Item 37, motion line over M25-236 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. At the top of page 24, item 38, motion line over M25-237 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. Item 39, motion line over M25-238 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. Item 40, motion line over M25-239 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. At the top of page 25, item 41, motion line over M25-272 by Councilmember Morel, amending and restating Rule 10G of the Council Rules and Regulations.
1 second. All right. That is. This is the item that deals with. Hold on 1 second.
Wait a minute.
All right, so this is the rule change. As many of you know, we have changed when we do our special orders, and we moved them to the end of the meeting. Because of that, typically land use items were heard at 11 a.m. to give an opportunity for us to finish special orders or other items. This moves land use to the top of the meeting. As many of you know, land use is one of the primary operations and responsibilities of the New Orleans City Council. The goal would be to have the land use items heard early to allow people who typically sit through the entire council meeting to have their land use items heard, to get them in and get them out and have those discussions at the top of the meeting. So that's what the rule change does. Are there any questions on the rule change? I see no comment cards. I will move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Jeruso. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. The rule change is adopted. Thank you, members.
Sorry, council members, we have to go back to page 19. I got a page stuck together. At the top of page 19, item 23, ordinance calendar 35,108 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to the cooperative endeavor agreement between Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board and the Louisiana SPCA to extend the CEA's term for 4 years, to increase the CEA's compensation, and to modify certain terms and conditions as more fully set forth in Exhibit A and otherwise supervise respects thereto.
I thought that you skipped it over because the mosquitoes and termites went crazy last night.
No.
So the ordinance simply authorizes the city to extend the agreement with the Louisiana SPCA for 4 years as part of the Gulf South Collaborative to reduce vector-borne diseases. And the Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board will partner with the Louisiana SPCA to assess resources, develop training, and lead related university research. And as we saw last night, that's an important function in the city. So I move for adoption. May I have a second? Council Vice President Moreno has seconded. Members, please vote your machine on item number 23. 5 yeas, and the measure passes. Thank you.
We have item 24, ordinance calendar 35,109 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to the cooperative endeavor agreement between Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board and the Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agriculture and Mechanical College to extend the CEA terms for 1 year, to increase the CEA's compensation, and to modify certain terms and conditions as more fully set forth as Exhibit A and otherwise supervise respects thereto.
So this ordinance simply amends and extends the agreement with Louisiana State University, the university from which my daughter received her doctorate just on last Saturday. She's now Dr. Melanie Green, for 1 year under the Gulf South Collaborative to address vector-borne diseases. And again, the Mosquito, Termite, and Rodent Control Board is going to collaborate now with LSU along with the SPCA to do the same, which is to conduct research and to adopt training standards and lead related research. Members, I move for approval of number 24. May I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Giarrusso. Members, please vote your machines. We have 5 yeas and the measure is passed. Thank you very much for your support.
We have ordinance calendar 35,112 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. We have item 25, ordinance calendar 35,114 has been deferred to the meeting of June 12th. On page 25, item 42, legislative group and resolution line over R25-274 by Councilmember Moreno, supporting and encouraging the restoration, development, improvement, and expansion of existing structures in downtown historic and economic development districts through the granting of restoration tax abatements in accordance with state law and the rules, requirements, and procedures set forth in Exhibit A as authorized by Article 7, Section 21H of the Louisiana Constitution and its implementing legislation. We have an amendment to Resolution R25-274 by Councilmember Moreno, amendment to the Exhibit A accompanying resolution R25-274 to delete unnecessary language included in error.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll move first to adopt the technical amendment. Seconded by Councilmember Giarrusso. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Councilmember Morel? Aye. Councilmember Morel is an aye. Members, this is the restoration tax abatement improvements that we're putting forth. Not only will this add clarity to the overall program, it'll also improve the application process as well. We do have one comment from Mr. Burnside. Come on up.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. So tax abatement's a strange thing because some people pay taxes and some people don't. And we're going to be asking citizens this fall to approve or not approve a $600 to $700 million bond issue from the city. So who pays taxes becomes a little bit of a delicate thing given how many people here in Orleans Parish don't pay taxes. So why restoration tax abatements exist is not really known to the public real well, nor is it known to the public real well how much these abatements benefit the city or how much these abatements do not benefit the city. So it might be worthy of your consideration to have a report written up, the current behavior of restoration tax abatements in regards to the city and its finances so that we can all have some idea who benefits and why we're letting them benefit. So if I understood from my reading correctly, this will be under the Office of Economic Development, which if I am to be trusted in my memory, is a small and mighty shop of 5 people plus Jeff Schwartz. Given the amount of work that his office is tasked with keeping track of, his capital budget requests alone were 19 line items. I'm surprised that he has the staff to do this. So if you're going to do a restoration tax abatements, you might want to think about turning that particular set of paperwork over to an organization that had more people and more resources to invest in figuring out whether certain individuals should or should not be paying taxes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. The questions that you just asked, those were addressed during a comprehensive committee meeting that we had during Economic Development Committee. I want to say it was like a week ago. So I'm going to have Sadie send you the link to that meeting so you can watch that along with the full report that Sadie and my office put together about the restoration tax abatement program that actually is provided to us by the state of Louisiana. Thank you all. No more questions. I've made a motion to adopt as amended. 5 yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 31, item 56, we have resolution R-25-301 by Councilmember Thomas, a resolution in support of an application for the creation of the Lake Forest Cultural District.
Madam Clerk, thank you. I think we have several speakers here. I just wanted to, my page number is different from yours. I wanted to make sure I had the right resolution. First of all, this is a resolution in support of an application for the creation of the Lake Forest Cultural District. A cultural district is a district designed for the purpose of revitalizing a community by creating a hub of cultural activity, by offering communities opportunities to create or rebuild cultural destinations. I received a letter of request from multiple community organizations to support and endorse this proposed cultural district and to create a cultural district liaison. The proposed geographical area is west to east from Mayo Road to Michoud Boulevard and north to south from I-10 Service Road to Dwyer Road. This is an opportunity especially to use land use and cultural designations to help the city within a city. I know we have some comment cards, so I'm going to read the comment cards before we vote on it. Ms. Greeley. Followed by Ms. Tangiwal.
Deshae Greeley, 6301 Eastover Drive. I support the resolution for the cultural district. We deserve it in New Orleans East. We have several venues that support movie night, concerts night, poetry night, music. So we are ready for it. We need it, and I do support the cultural district resolution. Thank you.
Ms. Tangiwal, followed by Ms. Kimberly Burbank.
Thank you, members of the council, for the opportunity to speak. I am in favor of our Lake Forest Cultural Arts District. It's time that we have one. There are other districts, throughout the city that are cultural. We do have our sense of culture as well in New Orleans East currently. Joe W. Brown Park right now is, accepting a beautiful history-making carousel, which is a piece of fine cultural artistry. Also, there are murals that exist there right now. So arts and entertainment are always happening at the center of our economic corridor, which borders Lake Forest. This is Reed, Bullard, Crowder, all of our major corridors intersect at Lake Forest. It's the perfect place to have a cultural arts district, and we appreciate your support. Looking forward to a lot progress. This is what this means, is a step forward for economic development and progress in our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kimberly Burbank.
Good morning, City Council. Thank you, Councilman Oliver Thomas, for submitting this resolution. Community-based organizations, residents, and business owners recognize the shared challenge had by the community and city agencies to increase public and private investment. This is difficult work. However, through programmatic partnerships, tax credits, grants, and varied institutional, collegiate, philanthropic, and financial systems, we have faith that this commercial and residential corridor will be more economically viable. The data center estimates roughly 33% of New Orleans East businesses serving the arts, entertainment, recreation, accommodation, and food service industries, with both social and financial capital primarily vested outside of New Orleans East, similar to many suburban communities where residents live in one community and work downtown or uptown. The area's cultural anchors contribute to memorable educational, musical, culinary, visual, carnival, artisan, digital, environmental, literature, film, and performing artistic moments that cater to the 43 million plus domestic and international visitors to the city of New Orleans each year. Key historic preservation anchors include the Audubon, Louisiana Nature Center and Deep South Center for Environmental Justice. Preservation ensures the preservation of culture. New Orleans East Matters and crew of Nefertiti, a carnival crew, both promote culture and historical engagement and support opportunities for artists to perform, sell, and install public art through the management of multiple festivals held in Joe Brown Park. Franklin Avenue Baptist Church and Greater St. Stephen's Full Gospel Baptist Church both host at least 2 to 3 concerts a year that actually pull in national acts such as Tamala Mann, Mr. Brown. These are people that are featured on the #1 gospel recording artist list. Greater St. Stephen's is also home to not only Bishop Paul Martin, who's a singer, but also his son, PJ Martin. These are nationally recorded artists. In addition to that, The Verdict hosts Musicians Weekly on Thursday night.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Burbank. Mr. Marcus Smith.
Hello, I'm Marcus Smith. I am in support of the cultural arts. That's all.
Ms. Carmelita, you can speak and then fill out your card afterwards, please. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you so much and good morning. I'm so excited about this cultural district. It is exactly what New Orleans East needs. Councilman Thomas, thank you for your dedication from day one to building up New Orleans East, understanding the need for economic improvements and investment. I envision something like the boroughs of New York, where each one has their economic impact, their cultural impact. I was recently in Baton Rouge. In each area of Baton Rouge, you can go, and there are different things to do. So this is very, very important to New Orleans East. And forgive me, I've been doing a lot of walking, and I wouldn't be so out of breath if I was walking more regularly. So it's taking its toll. But I just want to thank you all. This is so, so important. It's a huge step to getting back to where we were and going beyond that point. I want to be able to go to entertainment 5 minutes from my home, like every other district is able to do. And I think that enhances all of New Orleans when we're able to do that. And there are things to do and places to go, just like I said, in New York, where they have such diversity of cultural entertainment in those boroughs. So I'm looking forward to a positive outcome, and thank you all so much.
Thank you. Any online comments?
Yes, we have 3 online comments. Deisha and Eric Greeley both voiced their support, and we also have a comment from Melanie Thompson. The creation of the Lake Forest Cultural District will create and/or expand economic development opportunities in all artistry forms in New Orleans East and the greater New Orleans area.
First of all, I want to thank the team of the folk who support. I want to thank Dominique and my office, Ms. Burbank, and all of the organizations. I think every organization but one actually signed off to support this very progressive piece of legislation. We know that throughout the city, the historic districts, cultural districts, and special zoning and special land use classifications are used to create opportunity. For those who may not know, New Orleans East Festival, the Garanagu Festival, the culture and ecotourism events that happen at the Nature Center, the concerts that Pastor Davis, Pastor Deborah Martin, Pastor Luda, and others have been having at their churches, as well as at Greater St. Stephen's, and using Franklin Avenue as a hub for many concerts, actually lend to why this has happened. And if we can go back a couple of years, remember when Percent for Art started to invest in New Orleans East, Ms. Wall, and said, we're going to make sure that over the decades, Percent for Art was not highlighting locations and highlighting artists in New Orleans East. Well, this is an outgrowth of that, which seems to make sense. We know what the Renaissance District did for the Lower Garden District. Many of the moratorium and land use efforts on Lower St. Charles helped change that area. So thank you guys for your support. And with that, I would move adoption. Second by Councilmember Moreno. All in favor?
Mr. Councilman? Aye. I had my button pressed.
Okay, I see now.
Just.
Wait, hold on a second.
Okay, you want to vote?
Yeah, no, reverse. Councilmember Green.
Okay, no, I had my button pressed. I appreciate your comment. No, I appreciate your comments. I just wanted to commend the members of the New Orleans East community who are here today to promote the community in this cultural district. And I say this every once in a while. I want to say it again. When I was on the City Planning Commission, I used to talk often about the very favorable activity and the very favorable developments that take place in New Orleans East. People were asking me, interestingly enough, how there was so much in New Orleans East, that there were so many mega churches that were functioning, that the Nature Center was located there, that also Joe Brown Park had a football stadium and a track stadium and a track field and also a natatorium and the like. And I said it's because the members of that community are very supportive of their community and utilize the resources that are out there, and they're proud to be able to live out there and take advantage of, for example, some of the churches and others. So we as a city concentrate maybe sometimes too much on certain communities and say that those are our cultural meccas, if you will, and those are our historical meccas. We got to recognize, and this helps us to recognize, that there's a lot of culture in our city and a lot of economic development in our city that takes place outside of what everybody considers because of what the media focuses on. So I'm pleased to support this today because it's yet another addition to the resources in New Orleans East, and it brings attention to that important community that has so much to do with the economic vibrancy of our community.
Yeah, but Councilmember, it's even bigger than that. It's the opportunity to give advantage to a city that's within a city. If New Orleans East stood alone, it would be the 6th or 7th largest city in the state of Louisiana. Why shouldn't there be historic district, cultural district, economic development districts, special taxing districts? So it's about time now that it not be treated like it's on the other side of the high rise, but that it's an extension of New Orleans. Because I can assure you, and we see it being played out all the time, no one can win politically without pandering to or having major support out of New Orleans East. So this is an opportunity by using land use, zoning, and special districts to at least make sure that we're carving up that area as an economic opportunity, as a cultural opportunity, and as a residential opportunity. But I must say this, even with 99.9% support, there was still one organization that would not sign on, even though all of the other neighbors did. And that's just a function of New Orleans. But at some point, we ought to be shrewd enough, smart enough, and tactical enough, even when there's opposition, to kind of take people where they need to be in spite of themselves. And this is one of those efforts with a lot of support. Move adoption again. Well, I think I did, and Councilman Marino already seconded.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Double second from Green. Vote machines. 5 yeas, no nays, and it's already recorded, guys. Thank you all.
Item 57, Resolution R-25-302 by Council Members Harris and Jeruso. A resolution calling an election in the Broadmoor Neighborhood Improvement District for Saturday, November 15, 2025.
Move for approval. Seconded by President Morrell. All in favor? Aye. Hearing no nays, 5 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 58, motion M-25-303 by Councilmember Morrell, confirming Jeffrey Loez as to serve as an arbitrator to resolve disputes related to Sewage and Water Board bill arising out of Council District 8.
Thank you. As many of you all know from our reform package with Sewage and Water Board several years ago, the current process has Harriman and Gaynor doing the direct customer service outreach to review bills that are contested. It further allows that if there is a concern with the outcome at the Harriman and Gaynor level, that you can go to an arbitrator. There are 2 appointed per district. This simply appoints the second individual for District A. I move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Green. Please vote your machines. Councilman Thompson, please turn around. OT, can you turn around and wave your arm? All right, there you go. All right, 5 yeas, no nays. It's adopted.
At the top of page 12, we have item 10, legislative grouping, NSCR Special Exception 5724, Tanisha L. Centennial, requesting a non-commercial short-term rental special exception for property located at 3028 Laurel Street on Square 92. The CPC staff recommended denial. We have motion M25-293 by Council members Harris and Jeruso, granting the request of Tanisha L. Centennial for property located on Square 92, bearing municipal address 3028 Laurel Street.
Councilmember Harris recommends approval of this NSTR. She and her staff independently reviewed the report and say that criteria 1, 2, 3, and 4 can be met, notwithstanding CPC analysis. They've had the requisite submittal of neighborhood support, and they don't have quality of life concerns. So with that, I move to approve. Seconded by Vice President Moreno. All in favor? Aye. 5 yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 17, item 18, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar 35,098 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a wine shop in the CBD 5 Urban Core neighborhood, lower intense mixed-use district on Square 218, Lot 7-8 in the 1st Municipal District, bounded by Gerard Street, Carondelet Street, Julia Street, and St. Charles Avenue. Municipal address 722 through 726 Gerard Street, and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Zoning docket 1525. We have an amendment to ordinance calendar 35,098 by Council members Harris and Jeruso, an amendment to revise the hours of operation.
All right, members, Councilmember Harris's office worked on this amendment with the applicant. The business is adding a wine shop to an existing restaurant, and therefore she and her staff felt it was appropriate to allow the wine shop to operate for the majority of the time the restaurant was operating, rather than the more restrictive wine shop hours. Notwithstanding that, the amendment allows the wine shop to be open until 1 hour before the restaurant closes, and it eliminates the early morning allowable wine shop hours. Councilmember Harris's goals was to balance the business being able to flourish while still having limitations on the wine shop to accommodate the preferences of the neighborhood. So with that, I'll move on the amendment. Is that? Oh, okay. Seconded by Councilmember Morel. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And now on the ordinance as amended, I'll move. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Morel. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5 yeas, no nays.
And we'll be adding Councilmember Jeruso to ordinance calendar 35,098. At the top of page 26, item 43, we have motion M25-286 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/12. Item 44, motion M25-287 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/12. Item 45, motion M25-288 has been deferred to the meeting of 6/12. At the top of page 27, we have item 46, motion M25-289 by Councilmember Green by request, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider a zoning change from an SRD suburban two-family residential district to a BIP business industrial park district for the properties not presently zoned as such identified as in Exhibit A and generally bounded by Almanazar Avenue, Culver Ramsway, formerly Higgins Boulevard, Press Street, Montague Street, Benefit Street, Feliciana Street, Abundance Street, Cluid Street, and Florida Avenue.
Members, this simply, and the public, this simply directs the City Planning Commission, this motion, to study and potentially rezone parts of the desired neighborhood to support a community solar park. Currently, 34 acres of the Agriculture Street landfill, the former landfill, are zoned business industrial park, which is suitable for solar use. This motion would add 23 adjacent acres, formerly Gordon Plaza, Press Park, and Moulton School, by rezoning them from residential to business industrial park. There have been multiple public hearings, as we know, in 2023. The public has had a chance to weigh on a variety of items. So this particular motion would waive the fees and the need for an additional public hearing. Members, I move. May I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Giarrusso. If there are no questions, members, please vote your machines. 5 yeas and the measure passes. The motion passes. Thank you.
Item 47, we have motion M25-290 by Councilmember Thomas by request, approving the Office of Community Development moving forward with an application to receive funding for the priority projects listed below. Resilience Hub, Renewable Backup Power, Comprehensive Restoration, Food Business Incubation, Small Business Power Resilience, Main Street Resilience, West End Drainage, Energy Innovation Incubation, Green Infrastructure Workforce and Business Development Hub, also approving the OCD moving forward with alternate projects listed below to replace a priority project if needed, Stormwater Master Plan and City Building Solar Installation.
Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. From stormwater to renewable backup power to green infrastructure, food, business incubation. This motion is to authorize the Office of Community Development to move forward with an application to receive state funding for various priority projects. Through the Resilient Communities Infrastructure Program, the state will address unmet needs with infrastructure across impacted areas to expand upon and improve resilient community planning. The goal of this program is to reduce the overall risk to the population and structures from future hazard events, while also reducing reliance on federal funding in future disasters. This is the first HUD disaster grant since Hurricane Katrina that included economic development and small businesses as targeted beneficiaries. The Office of Community Development held public meetings with the community and worked with our internal agencies and subject matter experts and the Office of Economic Development and Officers for Resilience and Sustainability to develop the said projects. With that, I move adoption. Second by Councilmember Giarrusso. All in favor? Aye. Ayes have it, so ordered. Thank you.
At the top of page 28, we have item 48, motion M25-291 by Councilmember Morrell, requesting and authorizing the President of Council to execute a Fifth Amendment to the Professional Service Agreement between the City Council of New Orleans and Barstow, Houston, Copperman, Freeman, and Several LLC, K22715, increasing the maximum compensation payable thereunder by $250,000. In addition to the foregoing, any amendment authorized herein may contain such other provisions as may be necessary or desirable to accomplish the purpose of this motion and to ensure the continuity of services.
Thank you. As many of you know, Rasso used and represents us in a variety of cases, including the ongoing Wisner litigation, which we are hoping to wrap up this year. As these litigations are costly and time-consuming, we want to make sure that there's no interruption in our representation. I don't see any questions. I will move to adopt. Can I get a second? Second, Councilmember Giarrusso, please vote your machines. Aye. Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, it is adopted. Thank you.
Item 49, we have motion M25-292 by Councilmember Morrell, selecting the Times-Picayune New Orleans Advocate as the official journal for the City of New Orleans for the period beginning June 1st, 2025 and ending May 31st, 2026.
Thank you. As you know, we are required to have an official journal. Due to the regulations at the state level, there is only one outlet that qualifies as our local journal, and that is why these outlets are continually selected. Do I wish that we had some more options? I do, but unfortunately, the qualifications for the official journal are made at the state level and not at the local level. With that, I will move adoption.
You're going into some dangerous territory.
I don't care. Don't care. All right. All in favor?
One more.
We need one more. All right. When he pops out, I'll press my machine. There you go. You got 4. All right. One more yay, and we can move to the next item.
What we got?
The official journal.
What am I yaying on?
Times-Picayune Advocate is the official journal.
Oh, this the newspaper?
Yep.
What is this ordinance? What does this do?
Selecting the official journal.
They get paid for that?
They do get paid, and as I said
How much?
before you were out, we don't get to select who the official journal is because the state designates who the official journal is, and though I wish I had options, we only have one option.
So y'all need my vote to make this?
I mean, you could vote no. I mean,
Okay. Oh, no, what's up? We only had 5.
we
Need a quorum. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Madam, Mr. Chairman.
We thought
Got it. Okay.
we thought you were also going into dangerous.
Let the record reflect.
Item 50, we have Resolution R-25-294 by Councilmember Jeruso by request, approving the completed Louisiana Compliance Questionnaire prepared by the Department of Finance as part of the 2024 annual ordinance.
I move for approval. Second by Vice President Moran. All in favor? Aye. 5 yeas, there we go. 5 yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, item 51, we have motion M-25-296 by Councilmember Morrell, amending and restating Rule 39 and 41 of the Council Rules and Regulations.
I apologize. Thank you. This is, let me go to my, doing 20 things at once. All right. 39. Where is this on there? 151. Pass over it.
Pass over, go to 52. I'll do 52 and 53 real quick.
At the top of page 59, we have item 52, Resolution R-25-297 by Councilmember Moreno. Resolution in order establishing a comment period regarding Energy New Orleans LLC RCPS compliance demonstration reports for the 2023 and 2024 compliance years, docket number UD 1901.
Thank you. This establishes the comment period on ENO's Energy New Orleans compliance reports for 2023 and 2024. This is part of our RCPS rules that we passed a couple years back. I have a comment from Michael Burnside.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. I hate to admit ignorance because I'm arrogant, but I don't know what an RCPS is. But I've been here for several years, and there are definitely rules. Some of the rules involve that you shouldn't have any broken cross arms, and of course there are broken cross arms in Central City. If you go to the corner of Simon Boulevard and Jackson, you will be about 50 feet from 2 broken cross arms. You're also not supposed to have hollowed out utility poles, and there's one on Martin Luther King and, I hope my memory works, South Robertson. You can put my entire arm up inside of it. So Entergy has things to correct in my neighborhood, but then so does AT&T, and we never hear about them. There's no resolutions involving AT&T. I keep getting told that Curo regulates all public utilities, but we never hear about AT&T. I was blessed to take a gentleman whose first name is Michael and his last name starts with H around my neighborhood, and had him push on an AT&T pole, and he jumped back a little bit because it's only being held up by the wires. The pole's not holding up the wires are holding up the pole. And if my brain works, that's on the corner of Simon Boulevard and Josephine. So my neighborhood has a lot of issues, and Curo really isn't helping us very much, partly because they don't have a blue-collar division, they don't have a bucket truck, and they don't have an inspector to come out and look. I wish they did. I wish they functioned more like code enforcement, where they could come out to the neighborhood and help us at an individual human level instead of a sort of macro level involving a lot of lawyers and a lot of things I don't really understand. Thank you very much.
No, not yet. We have to still adopt it. Motion to adopt? Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. All in favor? 5 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you revert to the previous item?
Motion M-25 Item 51, motion M25-296 by Councilmember Morrell, amending and restating Rule 39 and 41 of the Council Rules and Regulations.
Simply put, this simply streamlines our electronic filing process. For many of you who do not know, the City Council, up until recently, is still required that members publish multiple copies and kill a tremendous amount of trees to create paperwork and copies of filing before we bring them down here to the clerk's office, who then would stamp them and send the stamped copies back to council members. This simply streamlines the electronic filing process so that we, as we're filing legislation, can do it all electronically. It does not impact the availability of said legislation for public consumption and public review. It simply makes the filing of legislation easier upon our staffs and gets rid of a lot of wasted resources. So, with that, I'll move. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Green. Please vote for Councilmember Moreno. Mr. Green, you have a comment?
Yes, I wanted to know, we're on 51, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean by style changes, though?
Well, simply put, we previously had clerks who would require us to go print out paper and put it down here, and I'm saying that as a council, we don't need to do that anymore. There's email.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that the style change didn't involve
style changes that we want to streamline and say, nope, we're all going to do it electronically because that is the most efficient way to do it.
Okay.
All right. 5 yeas, no nays. It is passed. All right.
Item 53, we have Resolution R25-298 by Councilmember Moreno. A resolution in order extending Phase 2 of Energy New Orleans LLC Battery Storage Demand Response Pilot Program, docket UD 2203.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This just continues the pilot program through the end of the year. Seeing no comment, I'll make a motion to adopt. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. Aye.
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 All right, 5 yeas, no nays.
Item 54, we have Resolution R25-299 by Councilmembers Morrell, Moreno, Jeruso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. A resolution in order streamlining Energy New Orleans 2025 reporting requirements, docket UD 20-01.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, this simply streamlines the existing reporting requirements based upon CURO's proposed modifications. It updates those requirements. It was circulated to all parties in the docket, and there was no objection. I will move for adoption. Second by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. All in favor say aye. Aye. 5 yeas, no nays. Adopted.
At the top of page 30, we have item 55, Resolution R25-300 by Councilmember Thomas by request, submitting the certified following information to the LADOTD for a period of January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025. 1, the parish will perform an interim inspection on all parish-owned or maintained bridges in accordance with the National Bridge Inspection Standards and Specifications for the National Bridge Inventory. 2, all bridges owned or maintained by the parish will be structurally analyzed and rated by the parish as to its safe load capacity in accordance with the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials Manual for Bridge Evaluation. The load posting information that has been determined by DOTD for all bridges where the maximum legal load under Louisiana state law exceeds the load permitted under the operating ratings as determined above will be critically reviewed by the parish. Load posting information will be updated by the parish to reflect a structural change, any obsolete structural ratings, or any missing structural ratings. 3, all parish or maintained bridges will require load posting or closing, will be load posted or closed in accordance with the table in the DOTD load rating directives. All DOTD supplied load posting information concerning a bridge has been critically reviewed by the parish engineering prior to the load posting. And 4, all bridges owned and maintained by the parish are shown on the attached list in the format specified by the DOTD. Corrections to data supplied to the parish by the DOTD are noted. 5, all bridges owned and maintained by the parish are accessible to DOTD for all routine bridge inspections. Parish will clear vegetation as required upon DOTD request. these stipulations and prerequisites to participation by the parish in the all-system bridge replacement program.
But Councilmember Green, before I call on you and Mr. Burnside, you want me to read? You want to have more information, or you want to speak?
Sure, go ahead.
As I said, these prerequisites are participation in the off-system bridge replacement program. All this resolution does is affirm the city's commitment to complying with the Federal Highway Administration's National Bridge Inspection Standards, established to ensure the timely inspection and inventory of bridges over 20 feet on all public roads. Orleans Parish participation in the off-system bridge program allows us to access federal funding for the replacement, rehabilitation of locally owned bridge, supporting critical infrastructure improvements, and lastly, the Department of Public Works ensures Orleans Parish's annual compliance when you talk about NBIS requirements, maintaining safe bridges and securing funding to address structural deficiencies. Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. This measure just gives me a chance to comment on something that I comment on social media often.
State responsibility.
State is responsible for most of the bridges in the city of New Orleans. When the bridge over the Industrial Canal goes out, it is a state bridge that has gone out. The state has shut down the bridge where the truck overturned at the Carrollton interchange. The state is responsible for the Seabrook Bridge. The state is responsible through the Port Authority for the Almanasta Bridge, which is not open. I just say this because I think that it's important to recognize that the public can help. If there is a bridge that is over a navigable waterway in the city of New Orleans, it is the responsibility of the state of Louisiana. The Judge Seabrook Bridge, the other bridges that are over the Industrial Canal. And I just want members of the public to feel free to include in your suggestions and sometimes your criticisms the state of Louisiana, which has a responsibility that we cannot continue to ignore. We do work well with the Department of Transportation and Development, but when something is under a bridge, for example, when it's under a down ramp of an expressway, when it is on Claiborne Avenue under an elevated expressway, it is on state-owned property. When a homeless encampment is cleaned up on state-owned property, it is just that. It is state-owned property, but yet the city of New Orleans invests significant resources in the maintenance of structures and the maintenance of areas around structures that belong to the state. So this is just an opportunity for me to mention something that I've mentioned before. Those bridges that go over navigable waterways are under the jurisdiction of the state of Louisiana, and we need the help of the public in contacting them too.
Navigable by swimming, boating, or walking on water. Mr. Burnside, if you can walk on water to get to the bike.
Okay, you told me. Okay.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. Well, I think I've been blessed twice today. I listened to some really good music at the beginning of all this, and now I've heard words with which I fully agree. I think that the history of the city and the state, which is not known to us transplants, directly affects both how people inside the city perceive the relationship they have with the state and how people outside the city perceive they have a relationship with the city. And I don't know that I'll ever fully grow into a full understanding of that complexity. But I can assure you that as a person who's lived in cities and states elsewhere, it's weird. It's very, very weird. And usually, quite frankly, not in a good way. But yes, at a level, the state's got a $50 billion budget. At a level, we have a $2 billion budget. They have more money than we do. We're 10% of the population of the state. In theory, 10% of their money should be spent here. And in reality, I don't really believe it is. And yes, they have infrastructure here, and yes, they need to maintain it. I was surprised to hear that the off-system bridge replacement was federal money. I'm assuming it's federal money that's funneled through the state. That could be a false assumption. I don't know. I do know that it would be good to have the rating of these bridges public. I suppose it is. I don't know where that's located. And I would also point out that I did sit through all the, well, most of the capital project presentations at the CPC. And while there's a lot of money laid out for major roads and a lot of money laid out for minor roads in the desired upcoming $600 to $700 city bond issue in the fall, there was no mention of bridges separated out. And I'll leave it at that.
But Mr. Burnside, for your information, I think you raised a very good point. Louisiana is 49th or 50th as it relates to infrastructure in terms of those things that are responsible, whether it's highways, bridges, that are under the purview of the state constitution. So it's interesting, the conversations about the state versus the city, where we actually rank higher than them, and even with our infrastructure challenges. And also, Louisiana receives an F for about 14 different water systems that are not sewage and water board. So, interesting point that you made in terms of rating. They are rated by national standards, and that is the standing amongst other states within the country. That's where we rank.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. It's been moved by me, second by Councilmember Green. All in favor? Aye. The ayes have it.
Council members, we need to vote to suspend the rules to receive a motion. Oh, no,
Move suspend the rules to add motions that are not on the agenda to the agenda?
yes.
Mr. Chairman?
What's the motion?
It's
M25
304 and 305.
Sure. You've moved?
I move, yes, sir.
I will second.
Second by Councilmember Morrell. All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it, so ordered. Madam Clerk?
And move to add to the agenda?
Yes.
Moved by me, second by Councilmember Thomas. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, 5 yeas. It's add to the agenda. Now you can discuss it, Mr. Green.
No, one second. We need to suspend Rule 57 because it wasn't heard in committee.
This is a contract. Okay.
Yeah, these are two contracts.
Go ahead, Mr.
Green?
Sorry. I was paying attention to Councilman Thomas for a second. What item are we on right now? This amendment?
Whatever.
What number are we on?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, we're on motion M25 304, followed by 305.
It's under suspension.
Under suspensions.
They are supposed to circulate a copy, and then we're supposed to discuss it. So
That's
right
what I
now,
said.
it's
I don't have
on the agenda to be discussed. So we're moving to put on the agenda. Okay, so
These are by request.
wait, these indicates more than one.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
are we?
yeah.
Right now, we're discussing the agricultural situation for Mr. Green, correct?
Oh, well, that's going back to something that passed already. That's revisiting an item,
Okay.
so that's not.
So what are we discussing right now?
We're discussing the contract with the ECS Southwest LLC for construction materials testing consultant. This utilizes the federal National Disaster Resilient Grants, and the contract cost is about $2 million, but it's a task ordered based, and there's a DB participation. The next one, Mr. Chairman, is with the
okay.
Travelers Aid Society.
Council members, may I
I'm
suggest
really
that
confused right
just,
now.
so far, we're on motion M25 304.
To suspend.
We've suspended to receive it, suspended to add. May I suggest the clerk read it into the record?
We have motion M25 304 by Councilmember Thomas by request, adding the president and council as a signatory to the professional service agreement between the City of New Orleans and ECS Southeast LLC, and authorizing the president and council to sign a professional service agreement between the City of New Orleans and ECS Southeast LLC. We need to suspend Rule 57 on this matter.
Moved by me, second by, to suspend the
This is
rules?
Suspend the rules.
Yeah, just
I'll
to
second
suspend the rules, second by
rules.
Councilmember Morrell. All in favor? Ayes have it, so ordered.
You could go ahead, Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, this is just,
We have to add to the agenda for discussion.
we did that already.
It's received and added.
Yeah, we received it.
Yes.
Yeah. We suspended the rules to add it, and then we suspended, then we also did the motion to add it to the agenda. This is Rule 57 was the last one.
Okay. Well, let Mr. Thomas present it, and then we can ask someone from the administration to
Yeah.
discuss it.
Yeah,
Let's do that.
these are my requests. This is a contract with ECS, Southeast LLC, for construction materials testing consultant. The consultant guarantees that the specs are met, that the criteria is strong, that other tests that are required be on site at day one of the construction. This utilizes the National Federal Disaster Resilience Grants. There's concern that these funds are at risk if we don't do this, Mr. Chairman. The contract cost is a maximum of $2 million, but it's task order based, and the contractor must bill the city to get paid, so there hadn't been anyone paid. And it is a DBE requirement, participation requirement of 35% that's anticipated.
Okay, I got lots of questions.
Yeah.
So why don't we get someone up there? This is a federal grant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I know from talking to other departments, there is specifically in federal law a new prohibition on DB participation. Does that affect this grant?
No.
Okay, that's question one. Question two, how important is the timing that it be done at this meeting? Is there something that's going to happen in the next 2 weeks that is going to not go forward if this doesn't go forward today?
Our first NDR project is currently advertised for construction. It does not close until June 11th. So if you factor in doing the first construction contract, it probably would not be needed until sometime in August.
Okay.
So there is time for it to be discussed, like in the Public Works Committee, if that's your wish.
I think that it might perhaps be worth Mr. Thomas deferring this to Public Works, only because it's a fairly large contract, and if it were an issue that we would risk losing federal funds like between now and the next council meeting, I think there would be a greater sense of urgency, but like, I just got handed the exhibits and they're like gigantic. So I do want an opportunity to look through them. But I mean, if they want to go to a vote today, we can do that. But I just think it might be for all parties just to have the opportunity to look at. I mean, I'm not saying anything's not in order. It might all be in order. It's just that it's a lot.
Well, and I want to point out that this contract, and it does state in the compensation section of the contract, that this contract does not guarantee any money, does not guarantee. It's a task order based. The work and the fee is accomplished via the task order. So the actual base contract itself does not obligate the city to give not one penny to the contractor, to the vendor.
Right. But this is a new contract, correct?
A new contract, yes, with a new
for
vendor.
example, what I would like to do, I know we've done this for a lot of contracts, is I'm assuming this vendor was selected via a competitive process, correct?
It was. We had 8 responses.
I would like to see the scoring from the processes and how it was selected. And I think that, I'm sure it's all in order, but I think that if we have the opportunity and we have the time, I'd rather see that information before I vote on this, just because if it was, like I said, if this was putting money at risk tomorrow, very different conversation. But it seems like we have the time to be thorough, and I'd rather be thorough if that's okay with the author.
Then my question to the presenter representing the administration would be, why would we push to do this under suspension if there was time to brief everyone and not have to call for a vote today? Why was this even requested to be done under suspension if there was time to at least let everyone who had questions answer those questions?
I can't answer that. I'm the engineer.
I think the easiest solution.
Councilmember Marino.
Right. All right.
I appreciate your honesty and candor. Just a quick question. Sometimes what we've seen here on the council is that before the CEAs are approved or voted by the council, that the contractors have already started work. Has this contractor already started work?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
We're good.
And I think that's the highlighted difference here with I think Councilmember Morrell stated, is that if it wasn't that same scenario, then I would seem to me it would be standing operating procedure, that at least if it's a substantial amount and the contract isn't, or the funds aren't in jeopardy, that at least be some briefings so that everyone will be comfortable with what they're voting on. Because we all have different levels of comfortability, but it's always good to at least know that before you ask for a vote. Councilmember Green.
Well, I just got it, so therefore I don't know exactly where to go and find who is the DBE contractor. Who is it?
The Beta Group, TBG, the Beta Group.
The Beta Group?
There is a willingness to, depending on the workload, to add more
Okay.
DBE or otherwise partners if the workload
Is the Beta
requires,
Group?
because we will have multiple construction contracts going on at once.
Is the Beta Group a 35% participant?
Yes.
Yes?
Unless it's expanded, then it would be more DB participants? Potentially.
Depending,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Well, this is going to be deferred anyway. Right? So get together to at least answer some of these questions, because this is the kind of stuff that it really should be consensus around, and it would be should be easy to, unless, well, nothing's ever easy. But if people are briefed, it should be easy to have consensus around it, okay?
Councilmember, I have one more question.
Councilmember Marino.
One was, I see that that the contractor submitted a proposal dated October 17, 2024, and then the city selected the contractor. When was the selection complete, though?
Our selection committee was in December, and we finished our negotiations, and I'm looking at IO with ECS there. Around February, the negotiations. We had, prepared all the contract documents and everything through, and we kind of learned at the last minute that it would require council approval. So here we are.
See, because that's the thing. So you've had the negotiations done since February. Now, 3 months later, you're notified that it needs council approval. So that's, yeah. Okay.
All right.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Also, please let us know what we need to bring to the Public Works Committee meeting, and we will be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you.
And thank you for being transparent. Is it this, if we have somebody here representing the administration, is it the same thing for my request for Travelers Aid Society? Is it the same issue?
I know, but
I don't know that I want to punish Travelers Aid Society, because something could have been done a whole lot earlier, but are we in the same situation?
I think this is a little different situation. My name is Travis Kerr with the City Health
This was
Department.
heard in committee, but just didn't make the agenda in time.
We're kind of a little bit in a hiring crunch with this contract.
So it's not amended or anything?
No.
Okay, same way it came out of committee?
Yes, yeah.
Madam Clerk, read 25305, please, then.
What are we doing with 304?
Deferring.
Deferred.
Public Works Committee.
Motion 25304 is deferred to the meeting of 6/12. We have motion M25305. We need to suspend the rules to add this to the agenda, to receive.
Moreno moved, I seconded to receive it. All in favor?
Aye.
5 yeas, no nays. I will move to add to the agenda.
Second.
Second, Councilmember Thomas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5 yeas, no nays, to add to the agenda. So now we can talk about it. So come on up.
Let me read
Do we
it
need
real
Rule
quick.
57?
We have, no, not on
Okay,
this one. It
thank
was heard in committee.
Thank you.
We have motion M25305 by council members Thomas, Morrell, Moreno, Jeruso, and Green by request, adding the president of council as a signatory to the amendment number 2 to the professional service agreement between the city of New Orleans and TAS, and authorizing the president of council to sign amendment number 2 to the professional service agreement between the city of New Orleans and TAS. The joint committee, the whole, and criminal justice committee recommended approval.
Councilmember Green.
When this was heard in the Criminal Justice Committee meeting, I just wanted to be clear to all that I trust the process and I voted on it because the most important matter before us was a breakout by 10 very dangerous individuals. So I didn't ask the questions then that I would have asked today, but I would like to ask a simple question of the Travelers Aid Society, if a representative is here.
No, I don't have a representative from Travelers Aid Society, this is the city department, I'm sorry.
All right, well, can you tell me the simplicity, in as simple a way as possible, what does the Travelers Aid Society do with regards to this contract? Who are the individuals living with underlying health behavior issues? Are those people who are unhoused, who are on the streets, or is it people who are in institutions or the like?
It's generally people who are living in the community, and oftentimes they are unhoused, yes.
These are opioid funds, correct?
Yes, there's funding for, this $150,000.
And this allows them to staff up.
Yep, exactly, through the end of the year. Yep.
Right. So someone who might take advantage of these services, because of course they've had to have been in the criminal justice system.
Yeah, this program particularly targets people who are really offending for underlying and unmet mental health and substance use issues. And so this provides essentially travelers' aid to provide case management to those individuals to ensure that they're getting the things that they need met, so they don't continue doing those.
Yeah, Councilmember Green, if I may, this, with the LEAD program, NAMI, National Associated Mental Health Institute, Travelers Aid, using these opioid funds just really allows them to hire the staff to be prepared to deal with people that are already in the pipeline for mental health. This is not like the last one, and though people may have some concerns, I don't really see where we would have to delay this. It's approved in committee.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to delay.
Okay, all right.
I'm not trying to delay. As I said, I don't have a problem because I trust the system, but very honestly, I want to know the effectiveness of it because I want it to be effective.
Sure.
So, I mean, I don't mind going forward with the process, but I think that on certain contracts where there's an idea that there could be a question, that maybe a representative of the organization should be prepared to answer specific questions. Because my simple question is how many people we serve.
Sure.
And is there anything that can be done to serve more? Because I know that we still have an unhoused population, many of whom have issues relative to behavioral health, but this grant also deals with people who are in the criminal justice system who go back into the criminal justice system for one reason or the other. So I know that I can ask them directly. I'm not asking for a delay because the opportunity would have been for me to ask it in committee, but I did think a representative was going to be here. So, but I'm ready to go with the process, trusting the process, but if somebody from Travelers Aid is watching, I would like more information as to the number of people served and the product at the end. What has happened? Are we serving the same people who continue to go into the system, or are they being treated in a way that is solving the underlying issue?
Sure. No, that makes sense.
Well, I can't speak for, but what we do know is that Travelers Aid, LEAD, and NAMI have been for decades leaders in this area, and some of the success that's been attributed to, especially the Foundation for Mental Health, whether it's those who've been adjudicated through the system, or this whole popularity around mental health. These are three agencies that have a proven historical track record. So with that, I would move approval.
And I'll second it. It's not an issue of...
Seconded by Councilmember Green.
We have concerns with regards to certain things.
All in favor?
All in favor. Aye.
Yeas, no nays. Mr. Burnside, you want to speak on executive session?
Oh.
What do we vote on it?
We withhold the vote.
Sorry, we voted.
Do you want to speak on this?
You want to speak on this? I'm sorry, Mr. Burnside.
I didn't see a card.
You didn't see a card because I didn't put one in.
All right.
And of course, one of the reasons I didn't put anything in is because I didn't rush immediately when I heard there was going to be something under suspension. And part of the reason is because it's a bit, it was important to me to listen to Councilperson Green. First of all, I want to thank Councilperson Green. As a person who loves numbers, it's always nice to receive some sort of number from people who are asking for money, because you would like to do a little math, perhaps, like how much does it cost to make an affordable housing unit when you could make a duplex for 400K and get 2 units versus 1 unit going for 600K. So ultimately, numbers sort of matter, including what is a unit. You know, is it 5 bedroom, 3 bedroom, 1 bedroom, no bedroom? So numbers are very important. And when people in general come before this council to ask for money, it's very helpful to people like myself and perhaps other engineers if numbers were provided, because they speak to us. This music this morning spoke to everybody in the room, including me. And I'm fully aware that numbers don't speak to all people, but they're part of my language. And if you want me to understand something, including numbers in your presentation is extremely helpful. How many people served is the beginning, and there are how many people fall off the bandwagon even though they got served, and even though they were sober for a year, now they're drunk again, right? So revisicism is a thing that should be measured as well, right? It's not that these people are incompetent, and it's not that they do a bad job, and it's not that they do an unnecessary job. It's that they, quite frankly, may need more help, and we won't know that until we start thinking about what they've done and what we need to have them do. So thank you very much, Councilperson Green. I appreciate your concern.
Mr. Burnside, do you have a card in on an executive session?
Councilmember.
Are you good?
Councilmember.
Yes.
I'm sorry. We need to go back to item 46.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Mr. Green, you had
Just so you know, we need to amend what we approved to modify the footprint slightly. So we'll be taking 3 votes. The first to reconsider the approval. The second, we will amend the motion. The third, we will adopt as amended.
Okay.
All right, I move for reconsideration.
Moreno has moved. I'll second.
Moreno, that's okay.
We're going to go fast as we can. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
5 yeas, no nays. Then we have to move to amend.
We have amendment to clarify the motion impacts the site. The motion impacts the site of the former agricultural street landfill. On page 1 in the first being moved clause, add the following to the last sentence: the general boundaries of the former agricultural street landfill.
All right. That's technical in nature, but
yes.
Mr. Green, does that summarize what it does?
That summarizes it. It's
all right. I'll move to adopt the amendment. Can I get a second?
Second, Green.
Second, Councilman Green. All in favor?
Aye.
5 yeas, no nays. Further, I will move to adopt as amended. All in favor? Wait, sorry. Seconded by?
Green.
By Green. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5 yeas, no nays. It is adopted as amended. Mr. Burnside, do you have a comment on the executive session? Just, if you have a card, just giving you the option.
Well, Mr. Burnside is making his way. Condolences to Councilmember Leslie Harris on the loss of her mom, and our prayers go out to her and her family, as well as another loss we had in this region, Big Mel, Melvin Lutcher, to him and his family. But for our council member, our colleague, hearts and our prayers go out to you and your family.
Yes, I do wish her well. Eventually, we all lose people we love, and how we handle that is obviously a very unique and personal thing, but publicly, I do wish her well. In regards to the issue here at hand at the number 46 in the agriculture street landfill and the boundaries thereof, as many of you know, I've interacted, I think would be a nice euphemism, for a long time with the Gordon Plaza issue. One of the things that I did say then, and we'll take the time now to say, is that pollutants do not stop at legal boundaries. Pollutants do not stop at fence lines. Given the issues around pollutants, I would suggest that it's worth this city's time to test areas outside of the agricultural landfill legal boundaries. It's my understanding that there was a lot of incineration at that site for decades. And among the things being burnt was construction material from demolitions, which involves paint. And in those days, paint involved lead. So I believe that it would be worth the city's time to pay for a contractor to go out and just test for certain very specific pollutants, the most noticeable being lead. another one perhaps being arsenic, at a wider footprint, a substantially wider footprint, given the airborne nature of the incinerator smoke and its dispersal across the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I move to go into executive session, seconded by Councilman Moreno. Please, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
5 yeas, no nays. We're in executive session. How the old people doing? How them old people?
Alpha.
The Alpha?
That's right.
Oh, let me get out of here.
Hello there, brother. How you doing?
Look at Sam.
Who? Sandra. Oh, Pierce Huff is going to take pictures. Yes. To my fellow brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha, Sigma Lambda chapter, before we begin our special order of business, we're going to have a special recognition and acknowledgement and expression of sympathy and support for the family of former council member Jay Batt. And council member Jeruso is going to do that, and we'll do that shortly. And then we'll move into this first order of business, okay?
Second.
I'll move to come out of executive session.
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Morale. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Mr. President, may I have a moment of privilege, please, before we get started? Yes? Okay. Yeah, well, after Councilmember Thomas mentioned Councilmember Harris losing her mother, I think it would also be appropriate for us to acknowledge Councilmember Batt, who passed away this week, too. Jay was obviously a longtime resident of the lakefront, and in the truest sense of the word, was a character. I know in New Orleans we value people who act that way and who care so much about their city. And not only did he serve a term on the council, but he continued his civic life afterwards and his professional one as well. We wish the best for Andre and his two daughters, and we know how tough a moment this must be, but I think it's important for us to recognize one of our former colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, I have on the agenda, and mine is much. I know that the brothers of Alpha have a lot to say, so I want to get my little group out the way before y'all take over the chamber.
And we're celebrating our 100th.
So, yes, so what I have is Heinz Charter Lakeview proudly recognizes Dr. Thomas Wright as a dedicated middle school mathematics educator for being named as a recipient of the prestigious Presidential Awards of Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching, the highest honor for K-12 STEM educators. Dr. Wright has been selected as Louisiana's sole awardee in the category of mathematics, placing him among an elite group of educators recognized annually by the National Science Foundation and the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. Whereas Dr. Wright served as Orleans Parish School System with distinction for over 15 years, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to student achievement and excellence in mathematics and education. Whereas the award includes a certificate signed by the President of the United States, a $10,000 award from NSF, almost the wrong number there, and all expense paid trip to Washington, D.C. for professional development and national recognition, and Dr. Wright's accomplishments extend beyond the classroom, serving as an adjunct professor at the University of New Orleans and earning numerous accolades, including District Teacher of the Year and Heinz Charter School Lakeview Teacher of the Year. And Dr. Wright's passion for teaching, academic excellence, innovation, and instructional practices have made a lasting impact on his students, colleagues, and the broader educational community. Be it be resolved by the Council of the City of New Orleans that the City of New Orleans hereby recognizes and honors and celebrates Dr. Thomas Wright for his exemplary contributions to education, his dedication to student success, and his achievement in receiving the Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching and bringing great pride to our city and state. It's signed by all 7 council members.
That's very kind. Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
I just want to say what an honor it is to represent, New Orleans and teaching in Louisiana in general. It takes a village to raise kids, and I'm grateful and proud to be able to say that 3 of you, honorable city council members, I've taught 3 of your children, or 3 households from just who are up there. So I think you know firsthand how seriously we take education at Hines, but I think to be able to do it in a way that's fun and engaging, that really kind of meets the middle schoolers kind of where they are. And so I'm just incredibly grateful, and grateful to y'all for having us here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any councilman want to add anything?
Sure.
Of course.
You knew it was going to happen. I'm so pleased to be a parent of 3 Hines graduates. My daughter, for example, just graduated from medical school on last Saturday. She's Dr. Melanie Green now. Brothers. But also I have 2 other graduates of Hines who are college graduates now who are doing well in our community. Really enjoy New Orleans. Part of the reason is because of the fact that they had an opportunity to be with such committed educators as yourself. So Dr. Wright, thank you for certainly representing our city well before the nation and for your commitment to education, and to the Hines family. I'm appreciative. I'm so pleased to have you all here today joining us, and I'm just celebrating with you all Dr. Wright's accomplishments, but also the accomplishments of the Hines Charter School family. Thank you.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Caruso?
Yes.
It's your district, so.
It was my district, and Dr. Wright taught Sophia, and it was very humbling when she would show me her homework, and I'm like, you are beyond my capabilities now. I am of no help to you whatsoever in these regards. And I appreciated both Dr. Wright, the kindness that you showed to her, the diligence that you provided. Both the girls went to parochial schools, and they were so well prepared from Hines. And I think it's a blessing that children have to get such a good education, and whether they go to a private school, parochial school, another public school, the fact that you all show them so much love, so much care, and prepare them so well is incredibly important. And I just don't know what really almost other than maybe align with being a doctor, what better profession there is for being a teacher, because you really are preparing the kids for the world and what comes next. And I just want to, as foremost as a parent, I just want to thank you, because both the girls have thrived in no small part because of the work the people at that table did. So thank you so much.
Thank you. With that, we'll come down and bring you your proclamation and take some pictures.
Thank you.
First order of business, presentation, Robert Charter III, Sigma Lambda Chapter, President of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, Inc., celebrating the enduring legacy of 100 years of the New Orleans Alpha men rooted in faith and bounded by brotherhood.
Well, I think that summed it up very well, celebrating 100 years of an enduring legacy. 37 years ago, I was privileged and honored to have the opportunity to join this great fraternity, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, Inc., Incorporated. And today we have members of the Sigma Lambda chapter, fellow members of the council, celebrating 100 years in New Orleans. But it's not just celebrating 100 years, it's celebrating 100 years of tremendous accomplishments to enhancing the quality of life in our city for so many people. Our brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity are involved in many walks of life: education, business, medicine, general work in our city that has really enhanced this city and made it a greater city. It would take me a bit of time to go through all of the names of people that you would recognize who are members of the Sigma Lambda chapter. We've also been represented on a national level by Brother Ernest N. Dutch Morial, who was the General President, and also Dr. Charles Teamer, General President, members of the Sigma Lambda chapter. We've had educators such as Dr. Norman Francis, a legend in his own right, a member of the Sigma Lambda chapter. And as I said, I could go on and on with some of the names of the people, and you see some of them out there today who have done so much in our city. So it gives me great pleasure as a brother to welcome Sigma Lambda here today, but in behalf of myself and the City Council, to say something that's very important to the Sigma Lambda chapter. Thank you for 100 years of doing those things that have made our city a greater city. And with that, I turn over the microphone to the chapter president, Mr. Robert Carter. Brother Robert Carter.
Thank you, thank you. Great afternoon to my city council. As our great brother Eugene Green just said, my name is Rob Carter III, and I am excited to serve as the 50th president of the Sigma Lambda chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated was founded on December 4th, 1906, over 100 years ago. The founding of the fraternity was by our 7 distinguished Jews, but not shortly after the fraternity was founded, on December the 5th, 1925, the Sigma Lambda chapter was chartered right here in New Orleans. And our fraternity is rooted in service and uplift through things like our national programs, such as Go to High School, Go to College, A Voteless People is a Hopeless People, and Project Alpha. We have worked tirelessly for over 100 years as Alphas to promote education, civic engagement, and youth development across the country. As our esteemed brother Eugene Green just said, there's Alphas everywhere in all aspects of our lives. Such notable men, such as Dr. Martin Luther King, or the first African-American Supreme Court Justice, Thurgood Marshall, or activists such as Paul Robeson. But that is the legacy of Alpha throughout the nation. But right here in New Orleans, we have some great men that are members of the Sigma Lambda chapter, and we are excited to be celebrating 100 years of service to the New Orleans community. The Sigma Lambda chapter is the oldest Black Greek-lettered fraternity alumni chapter in the state of in the city of New Orleans. And since its founding, it has been doing much great work. Brothers like Ernest Dutch Morial, our past mayor, and as Brother Green said, our past general president of Alpha Phi Alpha. Our past mayor, Mark Morial. Men like Charles Teamer, our 27th general president. We have countless judges like Brother Omar Mason, who's with us today. Brother Elroy James, Brother Kern Reese. Our esteemed councilman who is with us, Brother Eugene Green. People like our assessor, Errol Williams. All of these people are members of the Sigma Lambda chapter. But those are just a few names. Those are the names that people know. But in this room, there are many brothers who are impacting our community today. They are teachers, principals, attorneys, activists, businessmen, and mentors. All alpha men committed to making New Orleans stronger, wiser, and more just. So whether it's in the classroom, the courtroom, or the community, these men are doing the work of Alpha every single day. So on behalf of Sigma Lambda chapter and the brothers here today and the brothers in the city of New Orleans, I thank you for acknowledging us on the occasion of our centennial. We are proud to continue our 100-year legacy of leadership and service, and we look forward to another century of partnership and progress with this great city. Thank y'all so much.
Brother Turner.
It is always a great opportunity to sit before you all and recognize the work that you all do. So I want to thank you all for taking your time from doing the work of the city to give us this opportunity. I will simply echo the sentiments of our president and state that we were founded as a general body in 1906 by 7 men who saw the need for African Americans to have an opportunity to come together to do the work to uplift our community. When our chapter was chartered here in 1925, those brothers saw the same opportunity and need here in New Orleans. And all I will say is that we're here to do the same work. We look forward to you all calling upon us to be a part of the efforts of the city, and we'll always be there, we'll always show up, and I thank you all.
Thank you, Brother Turner, and thank you for that offer to continue to serve with us to make our city a better city, and to the brothers of the Sigma Lambda chapter. Thank you all very much. At this time, I'll call on our council members who I know are so pleased and proud to see you here today. Council Member Giruso.
It's an honor to have you all here today. I am personal friends with many of you, but also on social media. And every time I look at my phone, it's like, damn, where are the alphas now? I mean, it is amazing how many places you are, places you go, things that you're doing. And whether it's here at City Hall, you're at the Capitol, I think I just saw recently, helping people in the community. I don't think the Divine Nine gets enough credit for all the work that it does under the radar, and I really want to credit you because you're seen and it's really obvious, and I appreciate the fact that you all are doing it. And notwithstanding the fact you have the St. Aug grad that we always hear from in your midst, we know how important it is to have such strong leaders in the community, and you all represent the best of that. So thank you.
How about that, Councilman Giruso with the Divine Nine, huh? All right, Councilman. I've learned. Right. Council Member Elena Moreno.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you all so much for being with us. It's wonderful to have you. And as you just mentioned, it really is tremendous, and Councilmember Giruso just mentioned it as well, how you do always show up. Whether it's school supply drives, whether it's providing and helping with educational opportunities, whether it's your scholarship gala, whether it's voting initiatives, you all are always out there helping to serve our community. And so we are tremendously thankful for that. And no doubt about it, every time that the city does call, you all show up. So thank you for all that you do. And like you said, for always showing up.
Thank you, Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember Morrell.
I can honestly say that the pride that Councilman Green has in being an alpha is only rivaled by St. Aug. And he's never been literally this level of happiness we have not seen unless St. Aug is in the room. So that itself tells you the level of esteem we have. And plus, I mean, we can all appreciate alphas. We can't necessarily all appreciate St. Aug, but we can all appreciate alphas and what y'all bring to the community. Seriously, Tyrone's in the audience, like get twitching. But
he's a Brother Martin guy.
Brother Martin,
he's a Brother Martin guy.
Well, he hasn't mentioned Brother Martin, but it's in District D. So, but gentlemen, seriously, like, in my role as a senator, when I was in the legislature, and we're constantly fighting for criminal justice reform and everything important to furthering the rights and abilities of the African American community, the black community, Alphas were always there. And I mean, not just there when we're trying to pass a bill, but like when we're trying to do the work after the bill. Like when you look at non-unanimous juries, it was a feat to pass it in the legislature. It was a feat to get the state to vote on it as a whole. And not enough accolades are given to the groups like yourselves who were organized, the activists that were out there who got actual citizens to show up and vote, because had they not voted to repeal that, it would have stayed regardless of what the legislature did. But that's just kind of a sample of my experience working with y'all, because you guys always show up to do the work, especially when there's no accolades for it. And that's true leadership, that's true service, when you're doing those things that support and further our community without being asked to do so. You just there. And to Joe's point, I mean, you look around, y'all are everywhere. Any issue that pops up, they're the Alphas in the middle of it. And it is so impressive to me that you guys are so together and so organized that no one has to put the call out. You're already there in front of it. So also, you got Errol to come to the council chambers ever. So, I mean, that in itself is kind of a feat. I haven't seen Errol in like 2 years. Hey, Errol. Well, you showed up when y'all showed up, so, I mean, that's impressive in itself. But thank y'all so much for being here. I'm so impressed with y'all, and I join in your celebration of a centennial.
Thank you, Councilmember Morrell. Thank you very much. Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, it's an honor, President Carter, Dr. Turner, and to the brothers to my right. Alphas have participated and accomplished a lot, but one of the things that I think people need to know is from your Harambe conference, from the, I think it was the Claim Our Strength initiative and the partnership with the National Disabilities Institute. Alphas led the way so you could begin to look at mental health and wellness for black men. We know that the CNBC report last year said that black men and boys are being left out of the nation's economy. We know the reports about mental health and wellness and chronic illnesses, Dr. Turner, that said black men continue to lead in major categories. Well, your fraternity took the lead. Your fraternity now is challenging this country, this state, this city, to find resources so that black men do not trail in wellness, in mental health, and opportunity. So all the other stuff you guys do, I think we know you're always participating socially, but that one of the most important initiatives in this country right now is how do we stabilize black men mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, and Alpha men are leading that way. Thank you all. God bless you all for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas, and thank you to my fellow council members for your very favorable and inspiring remarks. So whereas the city of New Orleans is renowned for its food festivals, famous citizens such as we have gathered today, the Sigma Lambda chapter, and whereas the city council takes great pride in paying tribute to events and activities and celebrations such as this, the 100th year of the Sigma Lambda chapter, be it proclaimed by the city of New Orleans that today the city council recognizes the Sigma Lambda chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, Inc. Congratulations, brothers, and our community as we celebrate your 100th anniversary. Thank you for what the chapter has done to make our city, our region, our state, and our nation even greater. And it's signed by all 7 members of the council at my request. And on this day, I say thank you for joining us today, but thank you for all that we do as a chapter and a fraternity to make this world a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now what we're going to do is, just so that the council members know, this is the last order of business. So what we're going to do is I'm going to ask the council members to come and take a picture, and then I'm going to ask all of the brothers to come around, and the council members are going to leave, and we're going to sing the hymn going in and out of this area, okay? Just come on down for the photo.
video? Okay.
Second floor? All right, going to second floor. All right. I'm surprised.
Council members,
We're gonna go to first reads. Yeah. Eugene, second. First reads. One, two, three. About to get you. Madam Clerk, Joe Giarruso's a yay on first reads, and everybody else is first read. So 5 yeas, no nays on first read.
put that underneath, that's another one. That just one? I gotta write that one.
Ordinances on first readings. Ordinance calendar number 35,113 by council members Giarruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025, to move grant funds within the health department from Fund 4405 to 4145, appropriation 200 other operating to 100 personal services for the purpose of delivering medication and medical supplies during a large-scale public health emergency, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,115 by council members Giarruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025, to appropriate additional grant funds to the office of the mayor to purchase equipment and supplies for projects that are awarded on the fiscal year 23 state homeland security grants, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,118 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to effect the zoning change from an HMR3 Historic Marigny Treme Bywater Residential District to an HMC1 Historic Marigny Treme Bywater Commercial District on Square 171, Lot C, in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Dauphine Street, Clouet Street, Louisa Street, and Royal Street. The municipal addresses are 3100 through 3102 Dauphine Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 2025. Ordinance calendar number 35,119 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance to establish a conditional use to permit a child care center large in an SRS suburban single-family residential district on Square B, lots 3 and 4, Lakefront subdivision in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Redfish Street, Lincoln Beach Boulevard, Mullet Street, and Will Street. The municipal address is 7911 Redfish Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 2125. Ordinance calendar number 35,120 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Ochsner Clinic Foundation relative to implement and maintain the Family Connects Newborn Home Visiting Program, to modify the provisions thereof and extend the term thereof for an additional 5 years, as more fully set forth in the amendment number 1 form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,121 by Councilmember King. An ordinance to rename a portion of General Meyer Avenue between Selling Place and Bennett Street to Reverend Taza Green Senior Avenue, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Street name change number 125. Ordinance calendar number 35,122 by Councilmember Thomas. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 2-13 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to prohibit arbitrary and unreasonable discrimination against individuals with felony convictions, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,123 by Council Members Morrell and Giarruso. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025, to appropriate funds from the general fund to the public educational and government access support fund, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,124 by Council Members Morrell and Giarruso. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the City of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate funds from the general fund to the Public Educational and Governmental Access Support Fund, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,125 by Council Members Thomas and Green by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 147-1 and 147-2 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to restrictions and reporting requirements for the use of surveillance technologies to clarify the definitions of facial recognition and facial surveillance provided for circumstances under which the New Orleans Police Department for the city's real-time crime center may use or receive information from restricted surveillance technologies, provide for and extend reporting requirements to agreements with third parties for use of restricted surveillance technologies, change NOPD reporting frequency from monthly to quarterly, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That concludes the ordinances on first reading.
Councilmember Green already motioned. I'll second. All in favor? Aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's JP?
You don't need a quorum to adjourn.
Okay, he's right there anyway. Thank you.
Okay, we're here.
We're adjourned.
Bye. Sorry. We're done.
Good job, Eugene.
Good job, Eugene.